Kuno. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Omanyo Kadrin Nahabi. Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Oyula Joseph Maero.
I vote no. No. Yeah.
Oyula Joseph Maero.
I vote no.
Mwiridhania Rindikiri Mugambi. Kerema Moses Nguchine. Chibwa Omar Munyi.
Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa kikao hichi, I want to shame the devil. I'm voting no. I'm voting no for the benefit of doubt of those who didn't hear me. And I'm urging everybody.
Koech Victor Kimungetich. Koech Victor Kimungetich.
For better roads in my constituency, Chepalungu, I vote yes.
Barasa Patrick Simiu.
I vote no.
Biengo Paul Kibichi. Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Maalim Farah. Elachi Beatrice.
I vote no.
Waweru John Kiarie.
Madam Chair, noting that as a country we cannot continue postponing problems, noting that these are decisions that had been made many years back, noting that we can no longer kick these countries back. Madam Speaker, I vote an affirmative yes.
Sirima Musa.
Order members, the standing orders are very clear. You rise in your place and you either vote yes, no, or abstain. Please do not give speeches, do not give justification. Just take your vote.
Sirma Musa. Welie Adan, Kenan. Caroline Jepto, Gelechei. Gadiru Benjamin. Ongili Babu Owino.
Thank you very much to save Kenyans from wallowing in the miasma of mediocrity, confusion, ignorance, and the larger shakahola. I vote no.
Gakuya James Mwangi.
I vote yes.
Mawade Julius Musili.
kwa huu msaada ambao unaongeza bei ya mafuta na petroli double. Napiga la.
Mwenje Mark Samuel.
For the sake of hustlers, I vote no.
Double N Pamela Njoki Njeru. Lelmegit Joseph Kipto. Omboko Milemba. Kipiegon Joanna. Pukose Robert. Yakubu Farasala. Oundo Wilberforce.
For the unflinching love of the people of Kenya, I vote no.
Haribaye Said Buya.
I vote no.
Tungule Charo Kenneth. Siad Amina Odgud. Baro Deko Mohammed. Guyo Ali Wario. Muriu Wakili Edward. Karuria Elijah Njore. Karuria Elijah Njore. Njoroge. Kagombe Gabriel. Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng.
I vote yes.
Gedenji Gishimu. Wanjera Mada Wangare. Wamushomba Gadoni.
I vote no.
Gimose Charles Gumini. Gimose Charles Gumini. Osogo Bensuda Joyce.
I don't need this one. I vote no.
Kaluma
No.
George Peter.
I vote no.
Karido Kili Daniel.
Wandai umesikia?
Ntoinaiba Julius Ntaituma. Mwiriki John Paul. Abdi Ali. Shinali Bernard Masaka.
No.
Bonaya Mumina Golo. Lomwa Joseph Samal.
Yes.
Lomwa Joseph Samal. Tubi Bidu Mohammed.
I vote no.
Badi Twalib. Badi Twalib. Dongo George Koimburi.
I vote yes.
Wamashukuru James Gidua. Obara Eve Akinyi.
I vote no.
Kalasinga Joseph Simiu Wekesa Majimbo.
For the sake of Mukuyuni, Chwele Nalondo and Luya, I vote no.
Titus Lote.
I vote yes.
Kimilu Joshua Kivinda. Sankaire Lea Sopiato. Kanchori Elijah
Honorable
Memus.
Emmanuel Wangwe, take your seat. It's division, take your seat.
I vote no.
Hamisi Kakuta Maimai.
For my great people of Kajiado East constituency, I vote no.
Nguro Onesimus Ngogoyo. Sakimba Parashina. Risa Sunkuya.
I vote yes.
Mohanda Elsie.
On behalf of the people of Kakamega, I vote no.
Katana Paul Kahindi.
Haraka. Kwa niaba
Mheshimiwa, tunakusikia.
Kwa niaba ya bodaboda na mama mboga kuongezewa ushuru wa mafuta, nasema la.
Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Hassan Abdi Yusuf.
Yes.
Jogona Chege. Makali John Okwisia. Kihungi Peter. Muli Fabian. Shumel Samuel Moroto. Sudi Oscar. Okwome Andrew Adipo.
I vote no.
Karauli Ronald Kamuiko. Were Charles Ongondo.
I vote no.
Bui Robert. Korir Adams Kipsaina. Kipkoech Gideon Kimayu. Kemei Beatrice. RUTO Julius Kipleting. Wangaya Aseka.
I vote no.
Wanjiko John Jogona. Waidhaka John Mashua. Murade Ann Wanjiko. Murada Ann Wanjiko. Orero Peter Ochieng. Balu Jessica.
I vote no.
Mutuse Mwengi. Wanaina Njoroge. Munyororo Joseph. Nyoro Samson Dindi. Ichungwa Kimani. Sunkuli Julius.
I vote no.
I vote no.
Mwanyanje Gertrude.
Mbeyu Mwanyanje kwa mswada wa kuongeza ushuru wa mafuta kutoka 8 mpaka 16. Kwa watu wa Kilifi, mama mboga, boda boda, I vote no. I vote no. Chair, I vote no.
Order members. Order members.
Baya Owen. Kitty Chonga. Ken Chonga. Zambia Kidua.
Of course, no.
Mutua Didmas Baraza. Bissau Kakai.
I vote no.
Rai Samuel.
I vote no.
Kwenya Duku.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
Order members. Clerk, call out Kinango again.
Rai Samuel Gonzi.
I vote yes.
Muhia Wanjiko. Shororot Joseph Kimtai. Kosgei Hillary.
To save the country from the deaths of Uhuru and Raila, I vote yes.
Maina Jane Jerry. Maina Jane Jerry. Gitari Joseph Gashoki. Belzimba Rashid Juma.
On behalf of Kisauni constituency, I vote no.
Aburi Donya Doris. Busia Ruth Odinga.
On behalf of the people of Kisumu and the suffering masses of Kenya, I say a big no.
Oron Joshua.
On behalf of Mama Mboga na Boda Boda, I vote no.
Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir. Ahmed Shakir. Buyu Rosa Akinyi. Kasalu Irene Mudoni.
On behalf of people of Kitui, I vote no.
Mulu Makali.
Yeah, Kitui Central votes no.
Bai Nimrod Mbiduka. Boni David Mwalika.
Yes. Yes.
On behalf of Kitui rural people, I vote no.
Nyamai Rachel. Nyenze Edith.
On behalf of people of Kitui West and the suffering Kenyans, I vote no.
Mokaya Nyakundi. Yes. Kibagendi Anthony.
On behalf of the people of Kitutu Chache South, I vote no. Osoro, umesikia?
Gizairo Cliff. Gizairo Clive. Yegon Brighton. Brighton Yegon. Kiprono Mutahi Alfred. Kiprono Mutahi Alfred. Tonui Joseph Kipkoskei.
I vote yes.
Kemero Maisori Kitayama. Robbie Mathias Nyamabe.
I vote yes.
Masito Fatuma.
Allah.
On behalf of the people of Kwale, I vote no. Thank you.
Wanyonyi Ferdinand. Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Kagiri Jane Wangeshi. Kiunjuri Festus Mwangi. Korere Sara Paulata.
Kwa niaba ya Wakenya milioni 10 na kitu ambayo walitoka wakasema wanataka bottom up, I vote yes. Yani ndio.
Karani Stephen Washira.
I vote yes.
Lekuton Joseph.
Order members, maintain silence in your seats.
Lekuton Joseph.
I vote yes. Amesikia, ameona.
Marubu Monica Mudoni. Obo Rueda Mohammed. Mairuri Mudama Stanley.
I vote yes.
Jose Felix Odiwor. Kahangara Joseph Mboro. Mboko Mishi Juma.
To save Kenyans from high cost of living, the boda boda, the mamantilie, the mamamboga. I vote no!
Mugabe Innocent Maino. Chege John Kiragu.
I vote yes.
Akuja Protas. Oyugi Dick Maungu. Nabi Nabuera.
I vote no.
Yeah!
Chiforomondo Mangale. Mukhwana Titus Hamala. Biuki Kareke. Kamene Joyce.
On behalf of the citizens of Kenya who cannot make ends meet, those that are suffering and those that are oppressed, I vote no.
Mule Caleb Mutiso.
I vote yes.
Kombe Harrison Garama.
Yeah.
Honorable Kamene, you're out of order.
Hello. I vote. Yeah. I vote no for the masses.
Omwera George Aladwa.
I vote no.
Kiamba Susan Ndunge. Mumo Rose Museo.
Asante. Hii ni mimba tunaweka wa Kenya tukitumia style mbaya. Makueni wamesema no, I vote no.
Injendi Moses Malulu. Injendi Moses Malulu. Nyazi Amina Lora.
Kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi nasema la, na la yangu ni ya sasa mpaka kesho kwa Mungu tunakwenda kwa shtaki.
Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh.
Order, members. Maintain decorum until the end of the division. Order.
Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh. Sheikh Umul Ker Kasim. Abdurrahman Hussein Wetan Mohammed.
I vote no.
Haro Abdul Ibrahim. Yusuf Adan Haji.
Umesikika? Yes.
Mukunji George Gitonga. Njoroge Mere wa Maua. Bowen David Kangogo. Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba. Wago Naomi Jilo. Mwalio Joshua Mbivi. Odanga Godfrey Makoha. Oluoch Anthony.
Woe unto you, you who step and stumble on the graves and suffering of the people of Kenya. Ole wenyu nyinyi tangatanga.
Order, member for
Ole wenyu. Ole wenyu serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Na kwa niaba ya watu wa
Order. Member for Madare, I will rule your vote invalid. Take your vote.
Aye. Anthony Tom Oluoch, mjumbe wa Mathare, ninasema la!
Order, members. Order. Order, members.
Gichuki Edwin Mugo. Kahungu Eric Mwangi. Tandaza Kasim Sawa. na Bulindo Peter.
Honorable Katana, Honorable Abdi, you are all out of order.
Mule Stephen Mutinda. Kingola Patrick Makau. Geoffrey Karaoke Roko. Nebat Bernard Murioki. Zioka Erastus Kivasu.
Ingine haina sauti kama hii. On behalf of my great people of Boni constituency and the Kenyan hustlers, I say no.
Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu. Mohamed Fatuma Sinab. Sorry. Kipngor Ruben Kiborek. Barto Phyllis. Kimani Francis Kuria. Chimba Samsam Mohammed.
On behalf of the people of Mombasa County, on this punitive bill, I vote no.
Kirwa Abraham. Jaldesa Guyo.
Jaldesa no.
Bader Salim Faisal.
Order. Go back to Honorable Kirwa. Kipsang.
Kirwa Abraham. Chesebe Fred Kapundi.
Retake Honorable Faisal.
James Onyango Koyo. Gichoi Gagushia. Salasa Peter.
Nataka kunitusi hapa ati nimepandisha mafuta. I vote no no no, Kenya mnione nimevote no 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 no.
Naika Johnson Manya. Naika Johnson.
Honorable Naika is in the house. Order members.
Excuse.
Fuel tax from 8 to 16, Mumias West and the entire Wangaland. I say no. Endovile adage.
Order. We got your vote.
Nimesema no. Nimesema no.
Machele Mohammed.
I vote no.
Musau Vincent Musioka. Musau Vincent Musioka.
Yes.
Shake Peter Mbogo. Maingi Mary. Muliungi Gideon Mutemi.
So that I do not take my people of Mwingi to hell, I vote no.
Zengu Paul Musimi.
Haya basi, kwa niaba ya watu wa Mwingi North napiga la.
Nguna Charles Ngusia. Pasaris Esther Mudoni.
There comes a time. There comes a time that the nation becomes more important than any one of us. For the dignity, peace, stability, and prosperity of the country of Kenya, I vote yes.
Order, members. Order. Order, members. Majority side, order. Majority side, order. Majority side, order. Member for Belgut, take your seat. Honorable from Keses, take your seat.
Kiara Jane Wanjiro.
Hatuwezi endelea kuchimba chimba ya madeni na piga ndio.
Shelule Lisa.
If you're not taking your vote, take your seat. Honorable Emathe and Emase, take your seat.
Gikaria David. Arama Samuel. Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa. Munge Cynthia. Kitur Bernard. Kitur Bernard. Tonkei Rebecca. Aramat Lemanken. Pareyo Agnes. Kitilai Olentutu. Tongoyo Gabriel. Tongoyo Gabriel. Wangwe Emmanuel.
Honorable Kiplagat, take your seat.
I vote no.
Gashagwa George.
I vote yes.
Owino Martin.
On behalf of the great constituency of Ndewa, I, Martin Peters Owino Woodchief, votes no.
GK George Masharia. Chepkon Charity Gadambi.
Hadi Sheki walituachia shida kubwa nchi yetu. Kuokoa nchi yetu, napiga yes ya nguvu zaidi.
Guyo Wario. Abdul Rahim Daud. Nyamoko Josh Nyamachi. Owor Joshua Aduma.
for the good of the great people of Nyakacha and Kisumu, I, Aduma J. Owuor, the Black Beauty of Kisumu, votes no.
Mohamed Ali. Mogina Jerosha Momanyi. Getawa Faith Wairimo. Odoyo Okelo Jared.
Jared Okello, in defense of abandoned hustlers, I vote no.
Janda Sahir. Manduku Daniel Ogwoka.
I vote yes.
Odege Tom Mboya.
On behalf of the poor workers of this country and the great people of Nyateke, I vote no.
Washira Rahab Mukami. Madenge Duncan. Mushira Michael.
I vote yes.
Kiaraho David. Wanaina Michael Wambogo. Kosing David.
I vote no.
Mupe Anthony Kenga. Gogo Lilian Achieng. Amolo Paul Otiende.
To increasing the cost of fuel and the cost of gas, and on behalf of the great people of Rarieda, I vote no.
Chebor Paul Kibet. Paul Abur. Paul Abur. Mwafrika Agustin. Francis Kajuang Tom Joseph. Kingara Simon. Karemba Eric. Lugova Sloya.
Yes.
Luyai Caleb.
I vote no.
Raso Dido. Lenguris Pauline. Lentoi Johnny Jackson. Letipla Dominic. Lesuda Josephine.
I vote no.
Nikal James.
On behalf of the people of Seme and for the people of Kenya, I vote no.
Ikana Frederick. Oduor Christine.
Okay. I, Christine Ombaka, woman rep for Siaya, and on behalf of Siaya people, the women, the men, the boys and the girls, people living with disability, and the vulnerable, I vote no.
Locha Kapong Peter. Kemei Justice. Koi John Waluke.
I vote yes, yes, yes.
Sigei Francis. Idinja Shadrack Mwiti. Onyengo Silvanus. Kiplagat David.
I vote yes.
Maina Amos.
I, Mwago Amos Maina, a patriotic economist. I vote no.
Odhiambo Mili. Omondi Karoli. Gashobe Samuel. Mohamed Junaid Sheikh.
Chair, I vote no, but I want to share with the House that in my constituency now, a restaurant has been opened called Wamushomba Restaurant.
Masara Peter. Masara Peter.
I, Peter Francis Masara, on behalf of the people of Suna West and the great people of Kenya, I vote no.
Mzigi Lydia Haika. Abdullahi Amina Dika. Bare Hussein Abdi.
Jukumu la kuwapatia maji na maendeleo yote kwa wananchi wa Kenya inahitaji watu kujitoa muhanga.
Take your
kwa
vote,
hivyo
honorable
nasema
member.
yes.
Bwire John Okano.
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, kwa niaba ya bodaboda wa Taveta, mama soko na jamii pana ya Taveta, ninapinga mswada wa kuongeza tax kwa mafuta. Nasema no.
Kaunya. Otucho Mary. Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto. Murugara George. Nduyo Susan Ngugi. Ng'ang'a Alice Wamboi.
Ndio tujenge nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya, nasema ndio.
Kasait William Kamket. Aburi Lawrence Mboro. Mutunga John Kanyuithia. Kipbiwot Julius Meli. Shikati John Murumba. Shikati John Murumba. Siyoi Lilian Chebet.
Kwa niaba ya Wakenya ambao wanalipa taxes ya pesa zile ambazo ziliporwa, ninapiga ndio ili tuweze kujitegemea kama nchi.
Sitienei Janet Kemboi.
I vote yes.
Getit Cecilia. Emathe Joseph. Gikolong Nicholas. Gikolong Nicholas, Nabuin Paul, Namoit John.
On behalf of the great people of Turkana South, I vote no.
Nanok Daniel Epuyo, Gladys Bose, Ochieng David, Wandai James Opio,
Yeah, I vote no.
Nyamita Mark Ogola,
I vote yes.
Kagesi Kivai, Adagala Beatrice, Abdi Hamis, Chome.
I vote no.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Mohammed Aden Daudi, Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Ado Mohammed Aden, Farah Yusuf Mohammed, Sigei Francis,
Order members. We are at Webuye East.
Wanyonyi Martin Pepela, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Mogaka Stephen, Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi, Mogaka Stephen.
Order members, clerk, repeat for West Mugirango.
Mogaka Stephen.
Mogaka.
Yes. Na uziweke tatu hizo.
Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi.
On behalf of the people of Westlands and the people of Nairobi and the suffering Kenyans, I vote no.
Mwakuona Danson.
Mimi Danson Mwashako, mjumbe wa Undanyi, kwa niaba ya watu wangu na Wakenya wanaotaabika, napiga no.
Basil Robert Ngui,
Hi, Robert Basil, Member of Parliament for Yatta. On behalf of Yatta people and people who are suffering, I vote no to increment of petroleum.
Ali Abdisirat Khalif,
I vote yes.
Shege Sabina, Dina Joseph Hamisi, Harun Suleka Hulbali, Ikiara Dorothy, Iraya Joseph, Kosgei Jackson,
I vote yes.
Mayaka Irene, Mohammed Umulkhair Harun. Mwangi Teresia Wanjiro.
I vote yes.
Ngongo John Bandi.
Yes, on behalf of the Suba community.
Order member.
Hey.
Say yes.
I have not voted.
Okay.
On behalf of the Suba community, both Suba North, whose MP is suspended, and Suba South, whose MP has disappeared and abandoned the constituents, I vote no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Talib Abubakar Ahmed.
I vote yes.
Tongoyo Gabriel. Farah Malim.
Are you hearing me?
Order members, let me explain. There are some members who are in the washroom. Honorable Farah, Honorable Tongoyo, and Honorable Wainaina from Udaya. The three will take their votes.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Order members, Narok West, you have taken your vote. Honorable Farah has taken his vote. Honorable Wainaina.
Wainaina Michael.
Order members. Order members. We have the results on the division that clause 28 be part of the bill. A total of 272 members took their votes. The ayes 184, the nays 88. Therefore, the ayes have it. Order members, I order that the bar be drawn and the doors be opened.
Yeah? I'll call what? No, just say we proceed.
Order members, we continue with the committee of the whole house.
Clause 29, clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32.
I propose that the following clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover.
How about
the Chair of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This clause 33, 33A is a cleanup. The proposed amendment is a cleanup of the tariff code. And then on 2, we are extending exemption status to taxable supplies that are used for construction of tourism facilities. And then part 3, again, last year we did an investment deduction for construction of hospital beds of 50. Now the bill was proposing to increase again from 50 to 100. No, from 100 back to 50. We're retaining it at 50. We are taking exempt the construction of plastic recycling plants. We are taking that. We are restoring the construction of plastic manufacturing plant into exemption status. And part 7, the most important, Honorable Speaker, is we are taking back items from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, those items that were tax exempt to zero rated, and those include manufacturing of fertilizer, manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, manufacturing of human vaccines, and that's why you will see now deletion of 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 150, and 44. All these deletions are taking back these particular items from tax exempt back to zero rate, so that we can have cost of manufacturing fertilizer reduced, cost of manufacturing pharmaceuticals reduced, manufacturing of human vaccines, manufacturing of medicine, all back to zero rated. With that, I move on, Honorable Chair.
Order members. Member Honorable Mbadi. No, wait. I will propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Yes, Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this amendment makes me very excited. I'm excited because I'm happy that the committee actually listened to me and listened to Azimio on this. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, we were being told that a lot of commodities are being exempted, but they were being removed from zero rating to exempt. I am happy that now raw materials for pharmaceuticals will now be zero rated, that is 147, pest control for 148, raw materials for pest control 148, pest control products 149, sugarcane transportation from farms to milling factories 150, fertilizers 151, raw materials for manufacture of fertilizer 152, liquefied petroleum gas 153, all tea sold for value addition. Now it will not just be tea, but it will be tea and coffee. I'm very excited that these amendments have been carried by the committee, and I support fully that now when we go to 34, we are going to zero rate them. I want to thank the committee for listening, particularly to me. When I was explaining zero rating and exempt, many of you listened and understood what I actually meant. This is going to make life the way it is if this is implemented. How I wish the same happened to the petroleum.
Members, we will keep this at 2 minutes maximum. I know there are other members that have amendments. Unless you're rising to withdraw your amendment, you will have your chance after we deal with the amendment by the chair. Member Honorable Amisi, Honorable Naisula, Honorable Basil, Honorable Atandi, Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Mbui, all of you will be heard at the point of your amendment. But for this one, we first deal and exhaust the amendment by the Chair, Finance Committee. So I would hope that the people who have shown interest are interested in speaking to the amendment by the Chair. So I will give member for Dagoretti. Are you speaking to this? No. Member for Mathare, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, there was a precedent set yesterday by your co-chair that where there are other amendments, that you would allow the members who have proposed the amendments to ventilate theirs first, and then later we allow the chair to ventilate theirs, so that if these ones collapse, as they might or might not, then the chairs of the finance then comes last. And I can see the chair of finance is agreeing with me. Because, Madam Chair, once we carry these amendments, there might be no need to listen to the other members. So please guide us.
Order members, we will continue as we have stated, because even under the clause that we have voted, ordinarily there will be no debate. But we opened it and let members ventilate even when the amendments were not on the order paper. So on this one, we will continue with the amendment by the Finance Committee Chair. Some of the amendments thereof will be affected depending on how this goes, but we will give priority to this one as listed in the order paper. So I will give it to Honorable Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I also want to thank the committee and to thank the Chair. I know most of our people who looked at exempt versus zero-rated, especially those who are running industries, were very, very worried. And today, on behalf of the women who have industries, I want to say thank you to the Chair. But also, Chair, even as we say that, we also need to look at, I don't want to talk about the issue of fuel. I think we have exhausted that. But I want us to look now at the excise duties and how we deal. And I keep on reminding Chair, Finance, we must deal with customs so that even as we deal with all these things, customs will help us also to see the betterment of what we are doing in this house, and our citizens will benefit from this. Thank you, Chair.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the mover or the Chair of Budget and Finance, especially on the issue of transporting of agricultural produce like sugar, tea, coffee, and all this. This amendment will actually promote the farming, the activities of farmers across the country, and it will actually make farming to be, the profits will be higher, and therefore the business will go on well. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Atandi.
Chair, I also would like to support the amendments by the Chair of Finance Committee, especially those ones that are deleting VAT on corn products and basically cassava and foodstuffs. This is something that is very, very important for us, and our people are going to afford basic commodities. And I thank the Chair. Thank you.
Leader of Majority. Okay.
Thank you, sorry, Honorable Speaker. We were consulting with members here. Honorable Speaker, let me support this amendment. And it's true what the Honorable John Buddy says, that the Committee of Finance, even as we were thanking them during the second reading, took a lot of time to listen to Kenyans. And some of these proposals are what came out of the public participation exercise, Honorable Speaker. And it's sad that many of our media houses were trying to incite, not many, it's actually one media station I saw, trying to incite Kenyans that the public participation exercise was an exercise in futility. But it's testament from what members are saying here that the Finance Committee did listen to Kenyans and to their views, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I support, and this also buttresses the point that we are indeed intent on bringing down the cost of living. Zero rating farm inputs, zero rating fertilizer products, zero rating transportation of sugarcane from farms to their factories, Honorable Speaker. These are things that we trickle down to the farmer and consequently ensure that we are able to produce farm produce at a cheaper cost, and therefore the Kenyan people will enjoy, in the long run, will enjoy a lower cost of living. And that is what the people of Kenya have been asking for. And Honorable Chair, I must say, as I said before, that this was one of the bills that was most vilified. But I'm glad today in this debate, Honorable Speaker, members are truly telling the truth. What is good, they are calling it good. What they have a problem with, they are saying, I have a problem with this. And that is the way we should be engaging in the country, not vilifying and demonizing everything.
Let us cap this to a maximum of 2 minutes, Honorable Masara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want, for the first time, appreciate what the Chair of Finance, my friend, whom we were with in a PAC committee for 5 years. Madam Chair, what they have done, they have appreciated the work of public participation. How I wish they could do this throughout in all the clauses, because the people are really crying. If you can hear their views and accommodate them in a clause and make the changes, it won't change your status in the society, but you'll be appreciated now and forever.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on the issue of transportation of sugarcane, I come from where the sugarcane growing is a major area where it helps so many people. Were it not for the changes, it will have really affected farmers who are growing sugar. So thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
And I hope the remaining clauses, we are going to get similar response. Thank you.
I see there is concurrence on this clause. I'll give Honorable Geshimo, then the Chair of Finance. We will close it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm equally excited, just like Honorable Buddy, because people of Geshogo who do a lot of coffee and tea will be saving a lot in terms of operational costs. So I support Chair, and I believe, I agree with the Leader of Majority that actually this committee did public participation. And that is why even Honorable Buddy's views found their way into this bill. I support, Chair.
Member, Chair, Finance Committee.
And I really welcome the good remarks by my colleagues. And I just wanted to inform this House that there were two fundamental changes that we made on this particular clause, and important that I realized I did not mention when I was moving, that introducing to exemption taxable food supplies for school feeding program be moved to exempt supplies. So this, we saw, I think it's Governor for Nairobi yesterday launching a very successful food feeding program. You've seen this school feeding program being done by the Honorable KJ at Dagoretti South constituency, and want to encourage, therefore, any business in this country that can invest in their CSR in our school feeding program. We have, by listening to members of the public, we have introduced a new clause that makes those food supplies exempt for the tax exempt. Lastly, we found a very interesting clause that was exempting transfer of businesses as a going concern from VAT. And the financial implication of this was 100 billion shillings we are losing. So by actually deleting that clause 7, making transfer of business as a going concern a vertable service, we are going to raise, through this particular amendment, 100 billion shillings. And that, I think, is one of the greatest successes we had because of our public participation with members of the public.
Member for Nyando, what is so burning?
Madam Speaker, out of presentations by Azimio One Kenya Coalition, appeals and lamentations that we expressed on behalf of the Kenyan people, the committee has ceded some ground. But again, certain times it becomes very difficult for us to know what is exempt and what is zero-rated, Honorable Speaker. Why we are pursuing the zero-rated angle is because somebody has the right to claim for vertible taxes on raw materials, Honorable Speaker. But when it is only exempt, then you can only claim VAT simply on the final product itself, Madam Speaker. So therefore, if it is exempt, at the end of the day, production costs become much higher, costs which are then transferred to the Kenyan people or the end user to shoulder, Madam Speaker. So that is why we have been pursuing this angle vigorously on behalf of the Kenyan people. Madam Speaker, was very disturbed when we were going to apply taxes on pharmaceuticals and medicaments, Honorable Speaker. There are people with conditions who use insulin, for example, on a daily basis, and making and putting more taxes on insulin was going to be unbearable on those who consume this product, and then, by the end of the day, shortening their lifespan on this earth, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I support this amendment, and I hope that we can reach consensus on most of these divisive clauses, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Finance Committee Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now call Honorable Amisi. This is dropped when the mover is not in the House. That amendment is dropped. Member, the amendment by Honorable Naisula will fall because the committee's amendment has been carried. The amendment by Honorable Basil is in the House. Move your amendment.
Chair, I stand to move the amendment on clause 33A to be amended by deleting subparagraph 14. The country is struggling to raise taxes, particularly on high assets. So we need to reintroduce taxations on high assets like choppers, aeroplanes of high value, so that we raise more revenue for the government as opposed to taxing already overtaxed Kenyans. Thank you.
So as moved by Basile. Order, members, I will now propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Basil. Other members, I will give you. We still maintain 2 minutes maximum. I will start with Honorable Naisula. Then I will go to Honorable Naisula. Honorable Atandi, take your seat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm rising to ask for your indulgence that later, if there's a member of parliament who has an amendment and it's similar to what the finance committee has, and it will be dropped, probably you give that member, because they took time to work on that amendment, to say something about it. And I know that we have passed it, but I just wanted to thank the Chair of Finance for the exemption on materials for tourism. Some of us come from counties that rely, zero rating, because we rely on tourism. We're just from COVID. Many counties and the country is trying to revamp its tourism. And we know that it is one of our, it earns us foreign exchange. And I really thank you for that. And I just wanted to comment on what the majority leader said, that there was a lot of misinformation. I think also it is the people from your side who were going to the same media houses and could not explain what is zero rating, what is exempt. So of course then the media and Kenyans take what is there. So I think in future it is important to get expertise, and sometimes you can borrow from us, like Mbadi. He can explain very well on those issues, and Kenyans will be convinced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Samburu West. Member for Kiharu, Chair Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I rise to vehemently oppose the amendment by Honorable Basil. Honorable Speaker, when, many times when we read about helicopters and aircraft, we think we are dealing with the Bajois or the people who have them, or the owners. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, the reason actually for whatever was proposed by the committee is because currently Wilson Airport is one of the busiest hubs in terms of the airports in Africa. And Honorable Chair, aircraft are not licensed basically for the domiciled country because they move from this country to the other. Now, what we have done in the past is that we have been able to shift all the jobs of servicing aircraft and helicopters to other regions, Honorable Speaker, and especially our neighbors, to protect quality jobs of servicing helicopters and aircraft. Honorable Chair, I vehemently oppose that amendment.
Minority Leader.
Madam Chair, I want to support the proposed amendment by the Honorable Basil. And for the simple reason that really, we can't continue to be this insensitive. How come we are so quick to come in to offload the burden on those who have, as opposed to removing the burden on those who don't have? I know for sure, Madam Chair, that as we speak, people are competing in this house, and especially that side of the house. People are competing as to who will become the first dollar millionaire in this time of parliament. And a number of our colleagues here have actually ordered helicopters and other forms of aircraft. Madam Chair, this is a very serious matter. As you know, Madam Chair, I'm one of the few people who are privileged to have a lot of information. Madam Chair, I have got privileged information that a number of our colleagues here have actually placed orders for these choppers.
Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. Your time is up. Your time is up. Honorable Rahim.
Chair, I oppose this amendment. Chair, there is misinformation in this house because whatever is being waived is not for the rich people. It is for simulators, training purposes, and Madam Speaker, this thing is spare parts where our people will get jobs, and it's nothing to do with the rich who own helicopters. So let us not lie to the country and to the people. And let's be frank about what is being said. So I oppose.
Finally, Honorable Tiende.
Madam Chair, very briefly, I support this amendment.
It is not true that what's being waived is for training and such purposes. And you'd ask, Madam Chair, if it was in the interest of the people, why would we not encourage such things for motorcycles, for ships, for vehicles? Why choppers? It is because there's a private interest in this. There are those who have even a private hangar in Wilson, and they are the ones who want to benefit. This is unfriendly to the ordinary Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right. Member for Kimilili.
Madam Chair, I want to oppose these amendments by Honorable Basil because we want to bring back the aircraft maintenance at Wilson Airport so that the young people of this country can continue to benefit. Supporting these amendments would be tantamount to say that we want the Kenyans who are jobless to continue being jobless. We want to bring back the business of servicing and the repairing of planes back at Wilson Airport. I vehemently oppose these amendments.
Honorable Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, you know, there's a lot of misinformation on this, and it is very important we correct. We want to create jobs, high-end jobs, good engineers at Wilson. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you this, that I oppose this amendment because today, the country called Dubai today is a big beneficiary of aircraft maintenance. And very many Kenyans and many other people from other parts of the world go there to do these jobs, and they earn a lot of money. We are not being fair to this country to oppose this amendment. This amendment will ensure we make quality jobs, we bring more aircrafts from other countries to come and be repaired in this country, and it also gives us an opportunity to open up even an airport in your constituency to repair aircrafts. We have a whole industry that we need to explore, Honorable, and I oppose that amendment. You are my friend, but on this one, you are wrong.
Order.
And
Honorable Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I oppose the amendment. Chair, we've promised Kenyans jobs. This is one of the ways to create opportunities. As it stands now, we're losing these opportunities to other countries, our neighboring countries. So we must we must oppose this amendment so that for us to be able to create opportunities for our young people. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, wait, keep quiet. Madam Chair, I have a lot of respect for my chairman, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, and also Honorable Owen Baya, but I want to disagree with them that you did not promise to give white-collar jobs. You wanted hustlers to get jobs. Secondly, I'm aware that my brother, Honorable Soro and Honorable Kimani Chungwa, your choppers are coming, and you want to avoid paying tax. You must pay tax. You must pay VAT on your choppers that you have already ordered. So the intention of this amendment, Madam Chair, is for Kenya Kwanza billionaires to own choppers. And this is something which we must refuse. We must refuse these people from not paying taxes. Yeah.
Order.
So we must support, I support this amendment, and we must adopt it.
What is out of order, Majority Whip?
Honorable Chair, I am aware that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who has been mentioned by Honorable Atandi, of course got a chopper about 4 years ago. But for me, Honorable Chair, I am not, unless he's speaking of a different Osoro, I don't know whether there is a chopper, unless you're paying it for me on my behalf or something. But
Order,
I pray.
order members. We will now hear member for Dagoretti South, then I will put the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And the point I want to make, Madam Chair, is that this is not a topic that we should be splitting hairs on. The intention by the Honorable Robert Basil might be well-intentioned. However, the details that he has are extremely wrong. The intent of this proposal, Madam Chair, is to support a dwindling aviation industry. Aviation is two things. It is the vessels and it is the humans. In Kenya, we are suffering because we do not manufacture vessels. However, we manufacture pilots, we manufacture engineers, we manufacture technicians. However, our technicians are no longer getting jobs, Madam Speaker, because the jobs are going to neighboring countries where the terms are favorable, the conditions are favorable, the taxes on this particular issue are favorable. That is the first thing, Madam Speaker. Secondly, training, Madam Speaker. There are simulators. So what happens, Madam Speaker? Kenya ends up to be a training ground, Madam Speaker, ends up being a training ground for these people. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to vehemently oppose this amendment by my very...
Order members, order members, order members, order members, order members. I will now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Basil. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Member Honorable Atandi, prosecute your amendment. Order members, Honorable Atandi's amendment falls. If Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, I was alerting you that my amendment and the one from Honorable Basil was similar, and that's the reason I wanted you to allow me to make a contribution on his amendment, and you are not listening to me. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi, when we were doing the ground rules, we said if you want to wish to speak to drop the amendment, you are allowed, and this is also okay. So we will now go to member for Mathare. No, member for Mathare, your amendment falls if the committee is carried. What is out of order, Honorable Tom?
Madam Chair, you remember that I had indicated that for point of neatness, because we had several amendments, I had anticipated this, that you allow all other members. Remember, this is one of the clauses the Speaker had directed, that members be allowed to debate notwithstanding. And because there was a precedent yesterday, I had beseeched you, Madam Speaker, that you allow the rest of us to move our amendments before you can get to the Chair of Finance. I have tried to intervene before Basil so that I can speak, fully aware that if his was shot down, then mine would also be shot down. But Madam Speaker, you are not seeing this. Madam Speaker, you should allow people to debate and to ventilate and to say the things they need to say. We are here to make law, not to run through as voting machines. So, Madam Chair, I would like to be allowed to prosecute my amendment, notwithstanding that of Basil. Allow me to prosecute.
I will allow some ventilation on this, but on what Honorable Tom Oluoch is talking about, the Speaker was clear that they will be listed here as amendments, but with clear way of how it goes. Like your amendment, Honorable Tom Oluoch, if the committee is taken and carried, yours automatically falls. You are not able to prosecute the amendment, but you can be able to ventilate on it. So I will give this chance to the majority leader. Majority leader, we will come to you. We will come this side.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose that amendment. Honorable Speaker, you know, we lose a lot of truth when we view everything from the prism of our politics. Honorable Speaker, we also tend to distort a lot of information on what is actually in the bill. Honorable Speaker, for instance, on the VAT, purported VAT on choppers.
Majority leader, let us get some guidance.
Yes.
Because we have dispensed with Honorable Basil's amendment. Please speak to what Honorable Tom Oluoch has raised. What Honorable Tom Oluoch has raised is what is on the floor.
Isn't it on the same thing of choppers?
Honorable Tom Oluoch, I'll give you the microphone. Please, but do not take us back, but retake it.
Okay, will you allow me to ventilate the point of order or my amendment?
Actually, I've already given the direction on your question. Because if your amendment has fallen, you cannot prosecute it. You cannot prosecute the same amendment that by operation of passing of the committee has taken and has gone through.
So for going forward, Madam Chair, this is not...
Order members, order members, I would like to give Honorable Member for Dagoretti North. Hold on. Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think for purposes of procedure, it is very important, when we have finished voting, we move on to the next. It is not right, in terms of procedure, that we go back and we've already voted. It is wrong, Madam Speaker. Let's move on to the next. The thing has passed.
Order members. Order members. Honorable Bandi, please take your seat. Order members. We have prosecuted all the amendments. By the fact that we have prosecuted the chair's amendment and it has gone through, others have fallen. We have prosecuted for Honorable Basil, it has fallen. And now we are going to take a vote on the global question on the amendment by the chair of the Finance Committee. Order members, I want to give direction. Please do not reopen the already prosecuted matters. Majority Leader, do not reopen the debate on Honorable Basil's debate or Honorable Basil's amendment, because we've already taken a vote on it. Honorable Mbadi, what is burning?
Let me just, Chair, we will be into this unless we get the procedure right. And Madam Chair, you need to help members. If members have similar amendments to the committee's amendments take priority.
Totally.
Members need to understand that. They have not understood that. That is why they are demanding that you allow them first. The moment we carry amendment of the committee, then all the amendments which are similar to the committee falls. And that is the way we should proceed, and there should be no any other argument about it, so that we go forward.
Order members, I now put the question. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. As amended by the Chair Finance. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
That was an amendment. I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 34 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And I have an additional amendment to that, Honorable Chair, that also clause 34 be further amended in subparagraph 10 by inserting the following new item immediately after item 30, and that is now will be 34A, the supply of electric bicycles. So, Honorable Chair, again, this particular clause is speaking to taking items from exempt to zero rate. And not just that, last year we passed an amendment here in the last finance bill that provided zero rating of exportation of taxable services, but added another word saying export of taxable services for business process services. As a result of just that, including that business processing, BPOs, it meant that that particular clause has not been possible to implement, and therefore this amendment is deleting that business process operation so that we are zero rating exportation of taxable services. We have a rule in this country that all goods made for export are zero rated, and therefore we're giving the similar treatment to export of services so that they are also zero rated. Secondly, we are looking at something on green energy. And by us incentivizing our manufacturers to go green, we are proposing that supply of lithium-ion batteries that are going to be used on electronic motor vehicles and electronic motorcycles to be zero rated, the supply of electric buses be zero rated, and this is very crucial, that input of raw materials or imported for the manufacture of animal feeds also be zero rated, and this is therefore going to bring down the cost of animal feeds. And in addition, liquefied petroleum gas, again, this is another clause that has been taken to exempt. We are now taking back to zero rate. Lastly, bioethanol vapor stoves, we are taking them to zero rated. And this, Honorable Chair, we were able to have a demonstration to us during public participation of Kenyans who have provided technology that is allowing use of bioethanol fuel that is going to reduce the cost of cooking to 10 shillings per meal. And those stoves are going to be available to the market, and here they are even available to the market at only 1,520. These are some of the measures the committee took in place to make sure that we carry on our tax incentives to going green and perhaps mitigating the impact the increase on VAT might have on the cost of fuel in this particular country. And with that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Chair Finance? No, not Chair Finance, sorry. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support those amendments by the committee. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has said, it's not just the bioethanol fuel that will make the cost of living more affordable for Kenyans in terms of cooking, but also the reduction of VAT on cooking gas, or rather the removal of on LPG gas. Honorable Speaker, it is also true that when you zero rate batteries, electric vehicles, and electric motorcycles, Honorable Speaker, we reduce the numbers of motorcycles that are using the fossil fuel. The fuel that we are all complaining about is getting expensive, and that reduction in demand, either from our border riders or other courier service providers who use motorcycles, encouraging even the use of more green energy with the electric motorcycles, electric buses, electric motor cars, Honorable Speaker, will not only safeguard our environment in this era of climate change, Honorable Speaker, but also assure us that we will reduce our demand on fuel, save on our foreign exchange reserves, and consequently bring down the cost of living for millions. The hustlers who are here who are being told they have been abandoned, we are now telling them it is time to move from the fossil fuel powered engines to the electric powered motorcycles that will make more money available to you in your pockets. Finally, Honorable Speaker, and that's what I said, if we look at everything from the prism of politics, Honorable Speaker, we get it wrong and we misinform Kenyans. Even on issues that we have canvassed here on helicopters, VAT on helicopters is still payable. It is there. What is being removed is VAT on spare parts to helicopters. And that is what is guaranteeing not just the hangars in Wilson.
Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the move to move certain products from excess tax or to zero rating, from tax exempt to zero rating, is a good move, Honorable Chair, because it makes the commodities more cheaper than they are. And I think this is the way to go, and more so when we target the hustlers. But Madam Chair, it only becomes tricky when you do the same, but for commodities and goods that target the rich. So for me, so long as the goods be targeted are for the ones which are mostly used by the people at the low section of the pyramid, I do support. Thank you.
Order members. Order members. I will give Dr. Mutunga 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. From duty exemption to zero rating, Honorable Chair, makes things cheaper. it also creates the possibility for us to diversify. And this introduction of electric vehicles and electric motorbikes gives us an opportunity to move away from the fossil fuel, which has been running the motorbikes as we have right now. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I believe this is the best way to go, and Kenya is diversifying and growing the rest of the world. So it's a response in the right direction. So it is really important for us to consider it in that manner. Thank you.
Honorable Mbadi, 1 minute, then I'll give the chair and put the question.
Chair, I want to agree that this zero rating is good, and that is what we were talking about, because we are removing the commodities from zero rating. But, Madam Chair, allow me to ask the chair of the committee, because he has sanitized and brought back all the commodities that were being removed from zero rating to exempt, except, and a very important one he has left out, that is maize flour or corn flour, cassava flour, wheat. So I would want to know what is the rationale of leaving this out of many, many others that we complained about. It's only that one, and that one is very critical. So could I get to hear, Madam Chair, with your permission, could the chair of the committee explain to us why he left out the maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour?
Honorable Chair, 1 minute. Summarize and I'll put the question.
I will be very brief. Thank you very much, CP Bandi, for that question. The issue of maize flour. If you check the VAT Act, it appears on the first schedule as exempt. That is, you check on page 35-108. It appears again on the second schedule for zero rate, in fact, another 2 times. Clause 20 and again 22. So what you've done is deleting where it is appearing as exempt, and where it is appearing twice on clause both 20 and 22, deleting 22, so that you only have one clause that puts now supply of maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour as zero rated. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put the question that clause 34 as amended by, I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Oluoch had an amendment because the committee's amendment is dropped. Honorable Kaluma had an amendment, but he's not in the House, so it is dropped. I now put the global question that clause 34, as amended by the Chair Finance Committee, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 29A.
Chair, mover to move the amendment, to move the new clause, second reading.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that we introduce a new clause 29A as per the order paper. So okay, let me try again. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that we introduce a new clause 29A as per the order paper.
I propose the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order and I need to be reset.
I put the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time, as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. I will give 2 people. Is that the mood of the House? I put the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 30A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that a new clause 30A be introduced to the bill as per the order paper. And just a quick explanation that this amendment is to deal with the challenges of bad debts
Mover.
and VAT refunds.
Mover, you need to move that the clause be read a second time.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 30A be read a second time as per on the order paper. And just a brief explanation, we have a tax that we cannot collect around 390 billion. Some of them are bad debts and VAT on funds, and this particular clause is supposed to do a cleanup and make sure that those bad debts are not collectible because those companies have gone into statutory management, actually written off. Thank you.
I propose the question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 30A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 30A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Tax Appeals Tribunal Act, clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 36 be deleted as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this was one of the very much debated cases from public participation. This was where there was a requirement for members to deposit, for taxpayers to deposit 20%. So this has been deleted by the committee. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order members, I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. I now put the question. Order members. Order members. Order members, I know there are some members who had proposed amendments, but we cannot all speak to this matter. Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Makali, Honorable Oundo, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Mbui, and Honorable Didmas. So I will give Honorable Oluoch and Honorable Didmas, and then I will put the question.
Madam Chair, I actually want to thank the Chair of Finance and support the clause be deleted. This clause, if it would have remained the way it is, it would have been punitive. Madam Chair, this would go against rules of natural justice, where all that KRA would need to do is to claim a certain amount of tax, which would be arbitrary. And one of the rules of natural justice is to prevent public authority or agency from arbitrariness. So, Madam Chair, I rise to support this proposed amendment by the committee chair and say that we are now, so I can see the chair is nodding in agreement, and allow us to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Didmas.
Madam Chair, I just want to support the position by the Chair, Finance, and I want to congratulate him and ask honorable members, those who may have other amendments also on other areas, to read the mood of the House and even drop them. So I support these amendments by the Honorable Chair.
Honorable Oundo, 1 minute.
Honestly speaking, even whoever drafted this amendment must be somebody who does not live in this country. It offends Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya, and that's why, among others, we had proposed that amendment, and it's good the committee has carried the amendment. At least for once, I can thank them for a job well done. Thank you.
Honorable Makali, 1 minute. Those who had amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I also want to join my colleagues in thanking the Chair of Finance and Planning Committee for listening to the voices of reason. He listened to the voices of reason, Honorable Chair. It is important that this thing is deleted, and that's why I was proposing we delete it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see the members who had amendments have gotten a chance to speak, so I will now put the question that clause 36 be deleted as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, and this one. It's been deleted, yes. All right.
The Excise Duty Act, clauses 37, 38, and 39.
I propose the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this is where there was proposed punishment and fines for when you deal with excise stamps. So what you've done, we've cleaned it up to only allow that those offenses relating to accessible stamps, that only those that will attract criminal liability is when those people actually have a criminal mind. Something my legal friends told me, it's called mens rea. So that in the normal dealing of excise stamps, if you just destroy it unknowingly without having a criminal mind, then you're not going to get any offenses. With that, I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. I now put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 41 and 42.
I propose the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable. We are on clause 43, right? Honorable Chair, clause 43 has an array of amendments. So first of all, I put the, I move that clause 43 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chairperson, this is dealing with the excise, these are amendments into the Excise Duty Act, where we are proposing a number of things. For example, imposition of excise duty on imported pasta, and deleting the proposed imposition of excise duty on locally manufactured sugar confectionaries. We are also proposing a deletion of excise duty that is charged on electric motorcycles and electric motor vehicles. Again, this is in line with what we're going green. This is also proposing to increase excise duty on imported glass bottles from 25% to 35%. This is to protect the local manufacturing of plastic bottles. We're proposing an increase in imported duty of alkyd from 10% to 20%. We are proposing an increase in excise duty on unsaturated polyester from 10 to 20, on emulsion VAM from 10 to 20. Again, all those things are related to paint. So what we're doing, we are incentivizing where we were able to establish that we have capacity to produce and to manufacture our own goods. Then we incentivize our local manufacturers by making importation of what is made locally more expensive. And again, the same amendment has a proposed excise duty of 10% on imported fish. So this is to make sure that we actually get to harness the economy. We have also exempted locally manufactured sugar. We have also deleted the clause that was introducing excess duty on human hair. Because, Honorable Chair, although and this was one of the beautiful stories we got from public participation, because we have had many, especially women, who have suffered from cancer. And you know what cancer does when you go for that chemotherapy, they lose their hair. So you might find them wearing a wig and thinking they're wearing a wig because it's a luxury, but it's actually because of medical conditions. So we have removed that excess duty on human hair. And of course, lastly, Honorable Chair, this is also the excess duty that was proposed on gaming at 20%. We have proposed a reduction of that from 20% to 12.5%. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Members, I note that this clause has so many amendments, but as directed, once we carry the chair's amendment, there will be consequences to it. So I then propose the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chair. Like I said, I recognize that this clause has a number of amendments. And I have directed that if the chair's amendments go through, then there are a number of amendments, for example, the ones by the Honorable Luoch, the Honorable Kelo, the Honorable Didymus, which is being dropped, will then fall in limine. But I'll allow you a minute each on those who are amendments on this, a minute each, then we dispense. The Honorable Luoch, 1 minute each.
Thank you, Chair. And again, on this one, I want to thank the Chair of Finance for moving this amendment. This particular levy or duty would have affected young people, especially hustlers, people in our informal settlements who hack a living out of beauty and the industry, for example, people who own salons. And therefore, this is a big plus for the people of Kenya, for bipartisanship, and the people who came during public participation and demanded that they be not taxed for people at the bracket that this government said they would support. Therefore, I thank the chair and I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Kelo, 1 minute.
Chair, whereas I acknowledge that the import of this amendment, as proposed by the chair, was to curtail issues of importation of fish into the country, Honorable Chair, the statistics that we have indicates that the consumption of fish in this country is at 400 metric tons in a year, whereas we can only produce locally 163 metric tons, thereby leaving a huge gap that can only be covered by way of importation of fish, Honorable Speaker. It is true that those who also import fish into the country pay taxes amounting to 1.5 billion every year, and they also have employees that they have engaged to undertake various activities within those industries, Honorable Speaker. And again, Honorable Speaker, we have never had a glut of fish by saying that we have more into the country that will expose us to lots of problems, Honorable Speaker. We have scarcity in the country because even the importation of fish into the country is just...
Thank you. The Honorable Batandi, if he's in the House. The Honorable Mbui. The Honorable Mbui. The Honorable Didymus Baraza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I had proposed actually amendments to increase the duty on human hair by 10%, and in the same breath that the Chair has explained as the reason why we should actually zero rate these products so that our very many men, young ladies and women can continue to use them and also do their business. I wish to drop these amendments, that I don't wish to further proceed with them. I'm dropping them, and I support the position taken by the Chair, Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mwenje, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to also thank the committee for, especially on the excise duty on gaming tax, which was at 20%, I think has been reduced to 12.5%. We had hoped for more, but Honorable Chair, it's important that we protect the betting industry to ensure it doesn't go to the black market, and that way we'll start even losing more money that should be going to our government. So we want to thank the Chair, and for that I support.
Thank you. Honorable Mbadi, 1 minute, please. And this is the last one on this.
I actually just wanted to talk on the imported fish. Mr. Chair, even though this amendment is making it better than what was in the original bill, it is 10% as opposed to 20, and 100,000. But, Mr. Chair, I would have loved, I wish we could have an amendment where we remove this duty completely.
Okay.
We want to eat fish. As people who eat fish, we lack, the fish in this country is very expensive. The problem we have of fishermen is not the market where we take our fish. The market is there. There is no fish in this country. As we give capacity to local fishermen or local farming of fish, we should still allow fish to be brought to the country cheaply. You are going to kill our people. Our people love fish. We need to eat fish.
Thank you. So, okay, the Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you know there is also a misnomer that is only those along the coastline and around the lakes that have fish. But Honorable Speaker, it is true, fish is expensive in this country. And so are all other meats, Honorable Speaker. But the solution is to encourage farming of fish. We need to encourage our own people to grow fish. And this levy is only speaking to that encouragement so that we dissuade people from importing fish from China. Today, Honorable Speaker, fish is expensive, but it is expensive fish that is being imported. We are getting salmon, I hear, from Sweden and Norway. Why can't we grow our own salmon from here? Tilapia and some other species, I can't remember the name, I'm told, that are coming from mackerel or something, that are coming from China, Honorable Speaker. We need to encourage even farmers in Kikuyu. I know farmers in Kikuyu in Ondire who are growing fish and selling in the market in Nairobi. The solution, Honorable Speaker, is not to say that we don't punish those who are importing by levying a levy on them. The solution is to encourage local production. That is how we'll save on our foreign exchange reserves.
Thank you. Just give him money.
The importation of fish, especially if you come from a fishing zone along the coastline, along Lake Victoria, you should be encouraging our fishermen to be able to grow more fish and encourage the Ministry of Fisheries, Honorable Speaker, to be able to train our farmers, our fishermen, on how to protect the stock we have around the lake. And I am really shocked that we could have.
No, the last person who will have the last bite on the fish is Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this 10% on fish is going to cause a lot of scarcity of fish, Mr. Chair. Chair, you don't start by creating scarcity. You start by developing it first, then you go to scarcity. For example, you know why we don't have enough fish in this country is because there is a deliberate application of policy by regimes, by governments since independence, to put money where there is fish. And instead of putting money in Lake Victoria where there is fish, or in the Indian Ocean, people are being told to put dams and small ponds in their homes, which cannot produce any fish. If we put enough resources in the lake region, I can guarantee you, Mr. Chair, there will be a lot of fish in this country. So, Mr. Chair, And the other thing I'm happy about this amendment is that the level of desperation for taxation in this finance bill is too much. They were trying to tax even fake beards, nails. Who wants fake beards in Kenya? Who's interested? Who is this man in this parliament who was interested in fake beards, Chair?
Okay.
So the level of desperation.
Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. I want to put the question. I think we've had enough debate on this. I want to put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Sunkuya had amendment on this too.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to beg to move for an amendment. As it appears in the order paper, my amendment is to seek provide for 10% excess duty on imported soap, detergents, and sulfonic acid. There has been an increase in importation of soap, detergent, and sulfonic acid in Kenya. Has sufficient local capacity to produce these products. The amendment therefore seeks to protect our local manufacturers and address cheap import on soap and related products. I beg to move.
43 amended as proposed by the Honorable Sunkuya. I put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Sunkuya. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Chairman Buleko. Having cleared that the amendment by the chairman of the Economic Committee went with the amendment given by the chairperson of Finance Committee, so it won't be pursued. Members are therefore proceed to put the question that clause 43 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The next clause.
New clauses. New clause 40A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause be introduced and be read a second time as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are requiring that excise duty on alcoholic drinks be made as they pass from the stockroom. And this, Honorable Chair, is meant to get rid of the menace of the illicit brews that have exhibited in our markets by making sure that the only brews that are there in the market are those that are actually illicit. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose that new clause 40A be part of the bill. Be now read a second time. I now put the question that new clause 40A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as without opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Chair, I propose that the question that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 43A.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 43A be introduced, be read a second time as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are exempting from payment of excise duty manufacture of mobile phones manufactured in this particular country. One of the great, again, benefits we found from the public participation is that Kenya has the capacity to manufacture our own mobile phones. So we are zero rating all the raw materials and assembly parts that are going to be used for the manufacture of mobile phones, and now removing excess duty on the sale of those mobile phones. And we're hoping that by doing this, Kenya is going to be the first country in Africa to manufacture their own mobile phones, and are going to be able to export this to the rest of Africa. And with that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
I propose that the question that new clause 43A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 43A be now read a second time. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? I propose the question that the ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 43A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 43A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Act, clauses 44, 45, and 46.
Move on. So which clauses are these? The question that clauses 44, 45, and 46 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 44, 45, 46 part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 is part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 47 be amended as per the order paper. So what you're doing here, Honorable Chair, is when is exempting from what you call electronic tax invoices, tickets for air tickets. So what means when you book a flight today, you might book a flight today for December. And therefore, if we issue you with that tax receipt now, and then in December you decide to either change your flight or the fees changes, then it makes that administration of that particular tax impossible. So this is to exempt airline passenger ticketing from the requirement of issuance of electronic tax invoices.
I propose the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. I put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 47 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 49 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a renumbering of those provisions, so it's just a cleanup.
I propose the question that the clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as amended part of the bill. Will as many as other opinion say aye? Aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 51 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are extending the amnesty for those people that perhaps you registered a company 5 years ago, you registered for VAT, you do not know whether you registered or not, and therefore you accumulate penalties and interest. So this particular amnesty, now, if you apply now to the Commissioner General, will be able to get amnesty for those particular penalties and interests that may accumulated, as long as, again, you pay the principal amount. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Nikal.
Thank you, Chair. This amnesty that you're bringing, has it got a time limit, or is it something that now once we start it, it will continue? What is the time limit in it?
Honorable Bombadi has the answer for you. 1 second.
Yeah, it is conditioned to June 2024 from the way I see it. My only concern with this, Honorable Chair, is we may be setting a bad precedent that any time a new regime comes into place, we'll be giving tax amnesty to people who refuse to pay taxes. And Mr. Chairman, as I allow it, but I'm really, really disturbed that this is something that may set a very bad precedent going forward.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 51 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose a question that clause 52 be deleted. Mover.
Honorable Chair, clause 52, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 52 be amended as per the order paper. Again, Honorable Chair, this was where, this clause 52 was giving the Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority power to how do you call it, to take over, I say to take over your property if there is a tax dispute on you. So this deletion, therefore, deletes now the proposal for registration of security for unpaid taxes without the notice of the taxpayer. So now they have to notify the taxpayer that they are touching your property for your unpaid taxes. With that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 52 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 52 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question. Deleted. Great.
Clause 53.
I propose that the question that clause 53 part of the bill. I put the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
I propose a question that clause 54 is part of the bill. Mover. 54.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 54 be amended as per the order paper. So, Honorable Chair, again, this is where the requirement that taxes will be paid within 24 hours. So we're extending from 24 hours to making those taxes payable within 5 working days.
I propose a question that the clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 54 as amended part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 55, 56, 57, and 58.
I propose that clauses 55, 56, 57, and 58 be part of the bill. I put the question now that clauses 55, 56, 57, 58 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
I propose a question that clause 59 be amended as proposed. Be deleted. Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, again, I beg to move that clause 59 be deleted as per the order paper. Again, this is where, in case of a court case in the tribunal court, then they were not allowing you to introduce more evidence. So we are now proposing a deletion of this so that you are allowed to introduce new evidence to argue out your tax case. So that I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 59 be deleted as proposed. I now put the question that clause 59 be deleted as proposed by the chairperson. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I propose the question that clause 60 is part of the bill. I put the question that clause 60 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 61.
I propose the question that clause 61 be deleted. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 61 be deleted as per the order paper. And again, these are these clauses that members of the public told us that they were impounding them to access justice. So it is similar to the other two that you've deleted.
I propose the question that clause 61 be deleted. I put the question that clause 61 be deleted as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 62.
I propose the question that clause 62 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, part 62, I beg to move that clause 62 be amended as per the order paper. And again here, Honorable Chair, this is where they were providing a fine of 1 million shillings, or I think 10 times the tax due. So we are proposing to reduce that to at least two times the tax due, so that we reduce the penalties that are being imposed on taxpayers when they are not able to, for example, use the ETIM system or remit their taxes on time. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 62 be amended as proposed by the Chair of Finance Committee. I now put the question that clause 62 be amended as proposed by the Chair of Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the clause 62 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 63, 64, and 65.
I propose that clauses 63, 64, and 65 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 63, 64, and 65 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion or contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
I now propose that clause 66 be deleted. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 66 be amended as per the order paper, be deleted as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment is to delete the proposal to run concurrent civil and criminal proceedings relating on tax matters. Again, we listen to the members of the public. We want to give them a chance of a fair hearing when they go to court, and we're not going to allow that those two cases to continue concurrently.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 66 be deleted. I put the question that clause 66 be deleted. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, Clause 67.
I propose the question that Clause 67 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 67 be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 68.
I propose the question that Clause 68 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 68 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a correction of a grammatical error on the bill.
I propose the question that Clause 68 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clause 68 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 68 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 69.
I propose that the question that Clause 69 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 69 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this particular amendment was referencing the railway development levy at 2%, which indeed is, it was referencing the railway development levy as being 2.5%, whereas in the Act it is 2%. So it's more of a cleanup for an error in the reference of the railway development levy.
I propose the question that Clause 69 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 69 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 69 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 70.
I propose that the question that Clause 70 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 70 be amended as per the order paper. And essentially this has two particular amendments. One is to clarify the tariff numbers.
Order members, allow the mover to move.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 70 be... I beg that Clause 70 be amended as per the order paper. Again, this has two elements. One is a cleanup on the tariff numbers, and the rest, and the other one is to harmonize the export development levy not to be subject to inflation adjustment as at October 2022.
Thank you. I propose the question that Clause 70 be amended as proposed by the Chairman of Finance Committee. Honorable Bombadi.
Mr. Chair, I want the Chair of the committee to guide me on this, because completely what the suggestion you are making here is to delete the expression of USD 0.5 and substitute with USD 0.55 per kilogram. But looking at the tariffs that we are given, if you go to page 368 of the bill, that, for example, I just want to pick on one. Tariff number 4102.21.0. Kindly, Honorable Didmas Barasa, can you allow the chair to listen to me, because I want him to clarify this point. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at that particular tariff, 4102.21.00, and on page 361, and you will find that it is at USD 0.52 per kilogram. So why are you bringing 0.55 per kilogram? I'm not seeing where you are getting all this 0.55. All along in the tariffs, I can see 0.52. So could you explain exactly what you are trying to do? That's
Chair.
The bit that I don't understand.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This particular amendment was later proposed by the National Treasury, because the proposal was by the National Treasury, following the fluctuations in the exchange rate. So the rate at which the Kenya shilling was clearing the dollar, by the publishing of the bill, by the time we were completing the report, was different, and that necessitated that change from 0.52 to 0.55.
Very well. Honorable Nyikal, last 1 minute.
Chair, well, we are not tax experts, but what this looks to me on the face of it is actually something is being increased from 0.52 to 0.55. For laymen like me, can it just be explained what is it that is being increased? Because if you come from 0.52 to 0.55, you have increased something.
He has just explained it. No, we cannot go back and forth with Honorable Mbadi. Okay, 30 seconds.
Actually, the difficulty that Honorable Nyekal is going through is simple. Honorable Nyekal is making it better because it's moving from 0.55 to 0.32. So where we had a difference was 0.55 compared to 0.52. But it is falling to 0.32, which is better.
That's great. I now put the question that clause 70 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the committee. Will the member of that opinion say aye? Will the member of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 70 as amended be part of the bill. Will the member of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
I propose the question that clause 71 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 71 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is exempting from IDF bioethanol vapor stoves, and it's also exempting from a radio development levy those bioethanol vapor stoves. Because again, the Honorable Majority and myself really spoke onto this particular issue. We found a great way of making sure that we reduce the cost of living of Kenyans by making use of the technology of bioethanol, and that we're able to see is that it's able to reduce the cost of preparing a meal for 4 to 10 shillings per meal. That is the cost of preparing that meal. And those stoves only cost 1,520. And if we do this particular incentive, then the cost of fuel and the cost of cooking in our homes will actually go way down than even it is now. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to, in support of what the Chair is saying, the use of bioethanol stoves, Honorable Speaker, will not only secure the health of our people. Remember, Honorable Speaker, a lot of our people are still using kerosene-based stoves. Others are using charcoal, further degrading our forests, and also putting their lives in danger and their health in danger, Honorable Speaker. And with what the Chair is saying, with stoves that will go for at least a minimum of 1,500 shillings, we'll be able to afford this bioethanol-based stoves to millions of our people whose health now will be better with this. Honorable Speaker, you also see in Part D 16, the mention also of aircraft spare parts. And Honorable Speaker, that is the point I was trying to belabor. That aircraft spare parts is different from the aircraft itself. That aircrafts will still be subjected to taxation, but the spare parts, where we are employing hundreds of our youth, actually thousands of our youth, who have trained in the civil aviation engineering and aeronautical engineering. And Honorable Speaker, it is a fact of life that a number of aircrafts that are registered in this country had now migrated to Uganda and Ethiopia, where they were going for servicing. But now with this lowering of taxes on the aircraft spare parts, these jobs will be secured. Thousands of our youth will be able to maintain their jobs locally. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we also secure Honorable Junet
Order,
when
members,
going to
order. The majority we had in silence.
Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me from these members here where the Honorable Member for Kilifi is. That is where the noise is coming from, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker was saying, even in terms of aircraft safety, we were putting the lives of our passengers at risk when those who are operating aircrafts have
Honorable members, the point being made by the majority is a very important point that it should be heard in silence. Order, members. Order, members.
Do I say order?
Honorable DK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
For your protection. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, we were also not only putting the lives of ourselves and those who use aircrafts in danger when we make aircraft spare parts unaffordable to the aircraft operators, because many of them get tempted, and you have seen the number of air crashes around this country, Honorable Speaker, including the Honorable Junet, who during the campaign was fond of using choppers, and he was therefore putting his life in danger. But now, with the reduction of these taxes, Honorable Speaker, we not only secure jobs, but we secure the lives of Kenyans who will now enjoy aircraft services, Honorable Speaker,
Thank you.
without the operators having to worry about the cost of these spare parts. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. The Honorable Junet.
Chair, I wish in this amendment we were discussing spares for bicycles. I wish we were discussing spares for bicycles and stoves, borders and such things. How many people in this country, Chair, work in the air industry, for example, in terms of engineers and mechanics? How many people, even the people who work in that sector, do they save any money from the cost of the spares themselves? No, it is saved by the owner of the aircraft, the big men.
Thank you.
Who own the Chair.
Allow him. You need 30 seconds so that you wind up.
Chair, so I'm saying let us not dwell so much that we are going to employ youths in the helicopter. There are no youths who work in helicopter. Let's be honest to each other. Let's be honest to each other. Just say, I want to buy a helicopter and I want it to be cheap. Then we agree as a house. To the ones who can afford can go and buy. And I'm told Shungo has one already.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Donde Bodonya.
Thank you. Madam Chair, when Ichungwa was speaking...
I'm surely not Mrs. or Madam.
Yeah, he said that the rich will help the poor. That was his point. Now the poor want to help themselves through the helicopters. We've prioritized sanitary pads in a wrong place in the Ministry of Education instead of giving women wrong priorities placed in wrong place. Nothing is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Mawade. No, you will hear, we will hear Honorable Mawade in silence. Honorable Mawade will be heard.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Mwenyekiti kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia. Ni makosa sana kupunguza bei ya mahelikopta ya matajiri ndio tuweze kuafford, kupunguza taxes za helikopta ya matajiri ndio waweze kununua.
Honorable Mawade, order, Honorable Mawade. Take your seat. What is out of order?
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, sababu Mheshimiwa Mawade ananena kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, nasimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu, sababu ni vizuri kuwajulisha Wakenya mambo ambayo tunayajadili yaliyomo kwenye hii bill ya finance bill. Nataka Mheshimiwa Mawade atuonyeshe ni wapi kwenye hii bill ushuru ya ndege ya helikopta imetolewa, sababu nimeweza kukariri ya kuwa ushuru unaoshukishwa hasa jambo ambalo tunaongelea saa hii ni kitu ambacho yaitwa kwa lugha ya Kimombo miscellaneous levies, ambayo najua Mheshimiwa Mawade hajasoma hii bill, haelewi nini iko, anafanya siasa ambayo haina.
Asante.
Mheshimiwa
Mawade,
nitarekebisha.
Mheshimiwa Mawade, utachangia ukizingatia ukweli wa mambo.
Asante. Wacha nichangie. Na ni makosa, lakini mtu majority ile kuimply ya kwamba kuna mtu ambaye anasema mambo ya uongo. Hamna mambo ya uongo hapa. Tunapunguza bei ya spare parts za helicopter ndio matajiri waweze kuwa afford, lakini tunaongeza petroli.
Thank you. The Honorable RUTO. No, let me also do this side. It can only be this side, really. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to be as...
Honorable Mboka, just hold. What's out of order?
This KK government...
What is out of order?
Is totally out of order. Chairman, just listen to me.
Go ahead.
This KK government is totally out of order by proposing to tax spare parts of helicopters and at the same time proposing to tax Mama Mboga, bring the women of Chamas in tax bracket.
What is out of order?
I want to observe, Honorable
What
Chair,
is out of order?
I want to observe that KK government is totally out of order.
What is out of order?
By trying to protect the
you
rich.
can proceed your point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for according me the opportunity. I also rise to support this particular amendment to the clause, and in the sense that we are not in our own world. We are in a world that we appreciate the fact that air transport is gaining momentum within the region, and it is the responsibility of each and every administration to come up with a policy that is going to sort out problems of youth, lack of employment, and therefore reducing the tax is not meant but...
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 71 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
I propose the question that clause 72 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 72 be amended as per the order paper. This particular clause, Honorable Chair, is affecting the third schedule, where we're introducing an export development levy on particular products, that is cement clinker, and proposing an increase of that to 70%.
Order members, the members behind the chairperson, the members behind the Honorable McClap, please take your seat. Allow the chair to hear himself. Allow the chair to hear himself, honorable members. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for your protection, Chair. I could hardly hear myself, so I beg to move that clause.
Allow the chair to move, then you'll have the chance. Go ahead.
I beg to move that clause 72 be amended as per the order paper. And here, Honorable Speaker, these are some of the measures that are proposed in the bill to incentivize our local manufacturers and to make sure that the consumption of goods that we consume in this particular country are manufactured in Kenya and not relying on imports. Because remember, again, these imports have had a strain on the exchange rate and they have really affected our exchange rate. So this is proposing an export levy of cement clinker at 17.5%, semi-finished products of iron and non-alloy at 17.5%, bars and steel hot rolled iron to 17.5%, bars, rolls, and iron and non-alloy steel hot rolled in regular wooded coils of circular cross-section to 17.5%, and that I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 72 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to oppose that proposed amendment because it is actually continuing to increase the levies on importation of these materials, Mr. Chair, that are supposed to be used in the program that they have been marketing to Kenyans of affordable housing. Because the minute you increase tax on cement clinker, on cement, on steel bars, on iron bars, then it means that the input into construction will go up. So what is the purpose of these extra levies? So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose. If they want us to do affordable housing, they must do everything they can to bring down the cost of raw materials for construction industry.
Thank you. The Honorable Shepkonga. Honorable Chemo, you have only 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have very important information.
Go ahead.
Very important. Mr. Speaker, I support this imposition of that tax. Mr. Speaker, you may not be aware, East African Portland Cement was a net exporter of clinker. As a result of clinker being brought out of the country, it killed many of the transporters, which included myself, Mr. Speaker. I was a serious transporter of East African Portland Cement. When they imported clinker, the small transporters like myself were wiped out. So the reason why we want this tax, Mr. Speaker, is so that East African Portland Cement can go back to where it was before. This is our own company. It used to export this to other countries, including Uganda, and we used to transport them to Uganda, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
We cannot allow clinker from India.
Thank you.
We can produce them here, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable Baya.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the amendments. One, Kilifi County is one county that is blessed with all the materials to make clinker. It is an industry that we must grow. We must have factories and industries that produce clinker in this country. The short term might hurt, but the long term is good for the country to create jobs and actually to save on foreign exchange for this country.
Thank you.
Secondly, on the steel industry, we need to have steel industries in this country. Yeah. We must stop importing steel from other countries while we have iron ore in Taita Taveta and other parts of this country that are enough to make enough steel for the construction industry. So we are not killing the construction industry. We have ability in this country to ensure we have...
Honorable Nyamai. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I support this amendment, Honorable Chair, because it is going to give an opportunity to our companies to manufacture steel using iron ore from our own counties. Honorable Chair, we have iron ore in Kitui, in Kwale, and in so many other parts of this country. And also we would like this clinker to be manufactured here so that our young people can have jobs. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Batandi, lastly.
Chair, I oppose the amendment. Chair, Kenya Kwanza is good in making promises. They can promise you anything. I want to ask Honorable Owen Baya, you are talking about a factory in Kilifi. When are you opening that factory? You are just talking here.
Thank you.
We don't need empty promises.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular amendment. Honorable Speaker, it is true, and it's good to be honest with the people of Kenya, that these levies will discourage importation of steel products for a good reason, Honorable Speaker. And it is also not true that it will hurt the housing industry, Honorable Speaker. Because in the long run, when we are producing our own steel from our own raw materials, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, let me just say, we need to understand, and those who took time to read the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto will see that among us the value chains that we want to rebuild our economy on is the value chain of mining and that of manufacturing and of course housing, Honorable Speaker. The production of steel from iron ore, the member for Wundanyi who is here will tell you Kishushe in Wundanyi in Taita Taveta, they are producing iron ore, but we could not exploit that mineral resource and use it locally, Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of the people of Wundanyi. And I would really have wanted you, Honorable Speaker, to give the member of Wundanyi an opportunity to be heard. For us and the people of Wundanyi to hear their member of parliament support the exploitation of the resource of iron ore and tell the people of Wundanyi whether...
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Tiende.
Thank you.
Where is the member for Wundanyi? Where is the member for Wundanyi? Is in the House.
Mr. Chairman, in terms of contribution, I'll contribute to the next, but I raised it as a point of order because I wanted the chair to listen and is not listening, because I'd like him to make a clarification.
Chair Finance Committee, you're being asked to listen.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, by law, we are allowed to get anonymous tips. And I got an anonymous tip on this particular clause, alleging that contrary to Article 210, that does not allow either an imposition of tax or a waiver of tax to benefit an individual, that the framing of this particular clause may have been framed to benefit one particular steel mill. And allegedly, and that's why it's not an allegation, I am asking, but I've not said anyone. Why is the majority leader very worried? I am asking it as a question. Why is the majority leader jittery? I am asking the chairman to assure me that this is not tailor-made to benefit or disadvantage one particular person. And I've not even mentioned the name, and the majority leader is jittery, and I'm wondering why.
Thank you, Honorable Otiende. Thank you.
I have not mentioned any.
Majority leader. Majority leader.
Chair, you know, Honorable Chair, and I have a lot of respect for Senior Counsel Otiende Omolo, or is it Atiende Omolo, or Otiende Omolo Atiende?
He is the Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Otiende Amolo.
Yes.
And he knows what he's doing, Honorable Speaker. Insinuating improper motive on the chair and members of the Finance Committee. Because unless Honorable Chair, the Honorable Otiende Amolo is able to substantiate what the chair or members of the Finance Committee, you know, you can also ask a question that is leading. And Honorable Speaker, you know the chair.
Order.
If you allow me, Senior Counsel, the chair is neither the author of this bill. The committee listened to hundreds of people, Honorable Speaker, on the question of these steel issues. And there is, unless Otiende Amolo is able to name a particular person, because he says he has a tip, it is only fair to the House and the people of Kenya, if you have information of someone you're able to name and substantiate, and of course, adduce evidence before the House without imputing improper motive, either on the chair, the members of the committee, including members in Azimio, who sat in that committee for long hours, or even any business people in the country. Shakahola.
No, thank you. I will give this chance to the minority leader, then the chair will finalize on this matter. The Honorable Otiende, let me just say this before you say what you want to say. I want to rule the Honorable Otiende is entitled to his opinion, and he's entitled to his opinion, and I want to rule that way. He will keep his opinion the way he said it. Minority leader.
Chair, I would want to oppose this amendment, and for the good reason. You don't put the cart before the horse. If you want to develop the steel industry in the country, develop it fast before you block the importation, or before you frustrate the importation of the raw material. That is basic common sense. But more importantly, we need to, I'm not sure the committee is involved in this in any way, but I think this move will end up advantaging particular players. It might not have been the intention of the committee, but it will, if passed in the manner it is coached, we are likely to create a monopoly in the steel industry and in the cement industry. I can tell you, when I chaired the PAC in the last parliament, I had an encounter with these factories when they were failing to pay that settlement levy and so on and so forth. And this is, in my view, Chair, a perfect case of state capture. It is a perfect case of state capture. There is a player in the cement industry and steel industry based in Mombasa. I can say for sure, Mombasa Cement, Devki, these are the people moving. I don't want to go beyond that. I told you from the word go that my position allows me to access privileged information. I have got much more information about this that you may want to benefit from, Majority Leader, if you have time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
The sentiments that have been raised on this floor, and I think the question was referred to myself and my committee by the Honorable Otiende Amolo. So when this particular matter was brought to our attention, we did ask ourselves first, this introduction of this export duty on particular products, what criteria was used to identify those particular products? And we were furnished, Honorable Chair, with information that included an advertisement made on the local dailies of public participation that was carried out by the Ministry of Trade and Industries. So the Ministry of Trade and Industries went and called all those particular players. They had a conversation about this export development levy. Of course, there were disagreements, because when people want to continue importing things that can be made locally, Honorable Chair, then they do not want to have those things manufactured locally. And so we did the best interest of the committee and the best interest of this particular country, and realized that actually this was the right thing to do. There is capacity, there is local capacity. As Honorable Chapukonga has rightly put, a few years ago he used to be in the business of transporting cement. We used to be an exporter of cement. But with time, we allow these cheap imports into our country that have completely crippled our manufacturers. So we are saying, if we want to import, fine, pay 17.5%, but let the local manufacturers that have capacity, that are employing our people, actually get to benefit from this.
All these are Kenyans. I now want to put the question that clause 72 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 72 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 66A.
Mover. 66A, mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause 66A be read for a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 66A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 66A now be read a second time. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 66A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 66A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Miscellaneous. Clauses 73, 74, and 75.
I propose that clauses 73, 74, and 75 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 73, 74, and 75 be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 76.
I propose the question that clause 76 be part of that of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 76 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, some of the proposed amendments to this particular clause, there was one proposal by Honorable Caleb Mule, the Member of Parliament for Machakos Town Constituency. And after consultation, we agreed
The Honorable Chair, just take your seat. Just resume your seat for direction. There's some small direction. Resume your seat. The Honorable Members, there is a proposal for amendment by the Honorable Amisi. I don't know if he's in the House. The Honorable Amisi. The Honorable Amisi. If he is not there, then his amendment is dropped. So you go to chair. The Honorable Watch.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I rise to propose an amendment that clause 76 of the bill be dropped entirely. Mr. Chair, the reasons for this is that, number one, the entire question of housing has been a moving goalpost by this particular government. It started off as a tax, mutated into a levy. At some point, it changed into a saving. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at Honorable Chair, in terms of the hierarchy of needs, of what the people of Kenya, what the hustlers of this nation, what the people in my constituency considered to be the most important needs, number one would be the question of education. It would also be in paramaterial or on the same platform as the cost of living. This government ought to put its resources and time in bringing down the cost of living as opposed to putting a tax on people who are already overtaxed with 16% fuel, already overtaxed with many other things, as to decrease the tax on helicopter parts and other things. So my proposal, Honorable Chair, is to have this amendment completely deleted from the clause and let the government allow the county governments, whose role it is under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, to be able to carry out the issue of affordable housing. And if the government must collect a tax, which they can do by having a 1% or 2% increase on VAT as they have done, a 1% increase on pay as they have done, and then give the county government a conditional grant to do the housing within the counties. Honorable Chair, this particular tax is punitive, it is excessive, it is unnecessary, and it is completely out of turn with the taxpayer and the hustler on whose backs this government rode on their heads. I ask that we agree to amend this clause to drop clause 76 in its entirety. Thank you.
I want to propose the... I propose the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. No, members, no. On this one, I will disagree with all of you. This is a very controversial clause. Allow members to bend themselves a bit. Please. I wanted to guide the House this way. I want to guide the House on this matter this way, that we have 7 amendments with the same import. Delete. Same import. So we have to decide whether you want to vote on every amendment on its own or all of them together. The effect of this, the effect of these amendments is the same. They all seek to delete. So we need to agree on how we want to proceed on that one, so that the Honorable Tiende.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my humble suggestion is that no matter the argument, if the amendment has the same effect, they be treated together. But my suggestion is consistent with the earlier practice, with the earlier clauses. Because the Chair himself has proposed amendments, I was suggesting, Chair, that you allow the Chair to propose his amendments, then you allow everyone who has proposed deletion and even who has not proposed but want to speak to it before we come to the voting. But that way we save time and we are consistent and everybody gets to speak. That's my humble suggestion.
Kaluma.
I thank you, Chair. Chair, what happens when there are several similar amendments is that whichever of the similar amendment is taken collapses the others. What then happens, Chair, is that because people who are seeking to make those amendments have positions to deliberate on before the House, everybody who had those amendments are allowed to speak to the matter. So I would say if just as myself, so many of us are proposing deletion as Honorable Oluoch, then grant us the opportunity, not moving again because the effect of how we treat Oluoch will be the same, but to make our comments to persuade the House on those similar amendments.
Honorable Kaluma, proceed to have the first bite on this matter.
I thank you. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I support the amendment brought by Honorable Luoch. I brought a similar amendment also seeking to delete clause 76. And Honorable Chair, for two reasons. Number one, the national government deals with housing policy under the 4th schedule. The matter of provision of housing, the matter of provision of housing or housing as a function lies with the county government, so that it is not for the national government, whether we hide it in a finance bill or otherwise, to deal with matter housing. And I'm saying this, that these matters which the court can pick on in future, to stifle all these measures, we clear them out. Even if we passed this, honorable members, the court will pick it and say it is not a function for the national government. But secondly, Honorable Chair, I hear it is now moving from the housing levy, which was here, to something called tax. How would you make it a tax? It just does not make sense. So I would urge that we agree with Honorable Watch, we delete this, and we save whatever we have pulled through instead of having this thing stopped by the courts.
Thank you. The Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, I'm going to give members who have amendments first, then when we will proceed from there.
Thank you, Chair. I also support Honorable Oluoch's amendment, which means mine then falls because they're the same. But, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, my issue with this thing is we are going to create a huge fund. As it is now, no structure has been put in place. We don't even know how that structure has been put in place. In this country, we have, wherever we have had huge funds, even with structures, these funds have not worked. Look at NHIF. Today we have NHIF, which is structured, a huge amount of money. People are not getting treated, and it is there. How can we be sure that this one, without structures even at this point, will actually work? Look at NSSF. NSSF is, in fact, I would have thought that we would improve NSSF and use that money in NSSF to actually develop housing. Which now, if you look at NSSF, that money is actually used to buy houses and even land, but not for the pensioners. All of us here, show me one old man who is actually living well because he's using the NSSF money that he has put aside. All that money has gone to cartels. Similarly, we are now putting this, and we are not quite sure, even the structure does not indicate who is going to own these houses. If you do not own the houses, what happens to the money you have put there? You cannot put a tax between a tax and a levy, and what happens is you do not know where that money is going.
Thank you.
It may be a good principle, but let us not implement it at this time. Put it in straight, tell us how it will work. Otherwise, this is just money for cartels. We are going to put, they are going to use it.
Thank you. The Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You got 90 seconds.
Honorable Chair had also proposed to delete this clause, and the reason is, Honorable Chair, if there is any matter which has been debated by Kenyans in this bill, it is actually the housing levy. A lot of our Kenyans are even thinking the finance bill is equal to the housing levy. And because of that, Honorable Chair, a lot of things have been said by Kenyans. I just want to single a few. There has been a general agreement, Honorable Chair, that there is demand for housing in this country, and we need to construct houses. But what Kenyans have not been very comfortable with is the approach and the strategy of implementing this important activity. The first one, Honorable Chair, what has come out is the issue of the legal framework to ensure that when I contribute, at the end of the day, I'll get money. That's the reason why it has been now changed to become a levy, so that once you pay and forget about it. The second issue, Honorable Chair, was the issue of how many Kenyans will benefit out of this levy, and those who are contributing, in case they don't benefit, how do they get their money back?
that had been sorted now by the issue. So what we are saying is, this housing levy, the way it is being implemented, Kenyans are not comfortable with it. And that's why we were saying, what there is need for housing in this country, the approach is wrong. And it's on the basis of that we are saying, we delete it from this finance bill, maybe.
Thank you, the Honorable Undo. We got members who have amendments.
Chair,
the first bite on this.
Chair, I had an amendment similarly, and Chair, mine was premised on the following, that Article 43 of the Constitution provides that the government state organs shall provide housing, adequate housing. And it goes again on 4th schedule, section 2, number 8, that's donated to the county government. So honestly speaking, what we are doing here, this is an illegality, it's unconstitutional, as far as it goes, as far as it's concerned. Secondly, Honorable Chair, from even a housing economic point of view, even from a policy prescription, this is a wrong approach, Honorable Speaker, that's not going to yield anything. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the committee to drop this for unconstitutionality and purely a flawed way of thinking that you can solve housing in this country by this kind of approach.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I oppose the amendment.
Members, I still have Honorable Mbui and Honorable Basil for amendments before I move to anybody else. The Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first let me address the lies that have been told about this program. First lie was that they were saying that the people who will be deducted are those that work for government. Members of parliament, MCAs, I don't know, teachers. It is not the truth. The truth is they want to deduct every employee, every hustler working for any company in this country. Second lie, Mr. Speaker, is that they are saying they want to provide employment. Mr. Speaker, not all our children work in the construction industry. Not all our children are masons, plumbers, or electricians, or casual laborers. Some of our children are doctors. How will you provide employment for doctors in this industry? And finally, Mr. Speaker, they must listen. We must listen to the 93% Kenyans who said they do not want this housing program because it reduces our disposable income, because NHIF has gone up, NSSF has gone up, pay-as-you-earn has gone up. How much do you want to hurt Kenyans?
Thank you.
Let us be fair, and VAT has also gone up. Mr. Speaker, let us agree and get rid of this animal called the housing levy.
Thank you. The Honorable Basil.
Come first before you go to housing. Number two, if you want really to give affordable housing, remove tax on timber, remove tax on steel, remove tax on iron sheets, and the people will build houses the way they want, and also employment will be generated because there will be mushrooming of construction. This particular, when it comes to housing, is devolved. So this discussion should be held in Senate. And since the bill cannot go to the Senate, then the only option we have is to delete it. And that's the key reason we want it deleted and removed from the bill. Thank you, and I submit my amendment.
The Honorable Minority Whip.
Chair, no. Chair, I will start to oppose this clause. Chair, first we have just raised taxes.
Just a minute. Honorable Junet, what we are now debating is the deletion as proposed by Honorable.
I want to support them, yeah. Okay. I want to support the amendments by all the 7 members of deletion. Chair, we have just raised taxes that of salaries to 35%. People who are earning over 800,000. You are telling them to pay 3% again of housing levy. You are telling them to pay 2.5% of NSSF, your NHIF. So in the end, that person is going to pay 40% of his salary to taxes, Mr. Chair. Secondly, Chair, and the majority leader is here, this reminds me, this housing levy reminds me of something. That one time in this house, we passed another levy called Railway Development Levy. When it was brought here, under a finance bill like this one, we were told this is a levy that is going to be very good, and we are going to use it to pay back the loans that we have taken from China for the SGR. 3 years later, an amendment was brought here by a majority leader like Honorable Ishungwa. And he said, now, we need to open up this fund for any use, for anything. You know? And we told him how. We just passed it here that this levy is for paying the loan of the SGR. How did it not becoming now a money for everything and everywhere? Chair, we are going through the same route. You know, what goes round comes round. The way things change, the way they're the same. Chair, what is going to happen is, this is money that is going to be collected in the name of housing, but it's going to be used for other things.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Tiende had an issue on this.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I support the deletion, and I want my colleagues to listen to me, because there's a point that we've made before, and Honorable Kaluma made it. You might think that you are defeating it by numbers. But if you really want the entirety of the finance bill, drop this housing levy. If you want the entirety to fail on this account, stick to it. Because it's clearly unconstitutional. And any lawyer on your side, I am not asking, I am telling you, any lawyer on your side will tell you that if you look at Schedule 4, housing is not a function of national government. You cannot raise a levy or a tax on something that is not your function. It's as simple as that. But that's just general advice.
Thank you.
Now let me come to the debate.
You got 1 minute to wind up.
First of all, there is no framework. And without a proper legal framework, this becomes a Ponzi scheme. None of you know now how the Sahasla scheme is being run. That is how this will go. Secondly, there's ultimate confusion in terms of affordable housing and affordable ownership. It uses both interchangeably. It's not the same. Affordable housing is where the house is owned by government and anybody can rent cheaply. Affordable ownership is where you own. Our very scheme of society, Osoro, does not allow you to go and own some 8th floor in Kisii town instead of your home, in your village. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, this amounts to slavery and servitude under Article 30. Slavery and servitude is where you are being told you must pay this tax, but there is no obvious way in which you will benefit. That is slavery and servitude is unconstitutional. Thank you very much.
I mean, I've just had 8 from this side. Let's hear the other side too. You've just had 8 this side. Honorable John Angeno. No, order. I've just had 8 from this side. Let's hear this side too. Go ahead. You got the mic?
Thank you, Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure the House and the nation that this is a very serious project, Mr. Speaker, and we need to support it 100%. Speaker, as to whether this issue is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution demands from the government to provide housing to the citizens, Mr. Speaker. Shelter, accessible housing, and houses that they can access, even clean toilets and everything, Mr. Speaker. So that one is a constitutional provision. Number two, Speaker, if this housing, you know, when you listen to every member in this House, Mr. Speaker, every member speaks to the fact that there are so many slums in either constituencies they come from, in areas they come from. People talk about informal houses. People talk about slums. People talk about the houses where police live. People talk about the houses where prisoners, and I mean prison warders live. Mr. Speaker, the conditions of those particular houses are deplorable. How do we sort out these problems? Speaker, these houses, the affordable houses, this particular part of the bill is speaking to, does not only go to those people who want to rent houses, it also goes to those people who want to own houses. It also goes to those people who work for this government. It also goes to those people who are also business people. Mr. Speaker, how is the implementation of this particular...
Thank you. I want you to wind up.
How is the implementation? I've heard members talking about the implementation.
1 minute to wind up.
There is no law. Speaker, there is what we call the National Housing Development Fund in place. There is also what we call the National Housing Corporation in place. The question of implementation of this particular fund, Mr. Speaker, was actually passed in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, nobody should state or claim that maybe when this money is collected, where does it go? It has a custodial authority where this money will be in the name. Mr. Speaker, we have also ensured that this money is ring-fenced so that in the event
even when the government lacks any other fund, it cannot access this particular fund.
Thank you. The Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, let nobody say what we are doing is unconstitutional, that the courts are going to annul. I'm sorry, that is an argument. We will also argue for the retention of what we are doing. Number one, shelter is a fundamental right. And the government is obligated to provide shelter. When you talk about, let's start. As far as the Constitution is concerned, housing policy is under the national government. And you look at your Constitution. The housing policy is under the national government. What the county government has is, development, planning,
Honorable Member, just a minute. You know, Honorable Mbadi, it's
development.
Honorable Murugara, 1 minute.
Yes.
Honorable Mbadi, it's baffling that when I gave you a chance to speak, this side was silent throughout. I never had anybody interrupting. I would request that we also hear them in silence. It's just important that happens. Go ahead.
Yes. So the housing policy is under the national government. Planning and development, including housing, is under county governments. Housing policy includes how the government is going to plan to provide houses. And one such plan is actually the levy, so that we are able to build houses in a consultation and with the planning of the county governments. So for anybody to argue that if we pass this, it's going to be annulled by the courts, that's a fallacy. It's an argument, just the way I will also go to court to argue that we have to retain whatever has been done. Therefore, there is nothing unconstitutional with what we are doing.
Thank you. The Honorable Hillary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the housing levy as moved by the Finance Chair. And Mr. Chair, and to oppose the amendments that have been raised by members over there. And Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by begging the members on the other side. 80% of Kenyans living in slums and informal settlements come from their constituencies. Mr. Chair, 20% of the others are only shared by the rest of us. There is no time, Chair.
The Honorable Minority Leader, what's out of order? Minority Whip, what's out of order?
Mr. Chair.
What is out of order?
Chair. Honorable Chair, is it in order for Honorable Member from Kipkelio to insinuate that 80% of Kenyans who live in slums are from Azimio and are from our constituency?
Yes.
From where the Chair, and especially, and especially where the Chair comes from. Honorable Chair, the Chair himself. Chair. Is it in order?
The member for Kipkellion.
Can I proceed, Chair?
The order members. The member for Kipkellion. I would advise that you are on the side of the truth.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say, secondly, Chair, that this housing...
No, maybe you didn't get me. I mean, here, when I say I mean, try to move towards the truth. Not R, but error, as it were. So go towards the truth, not double down on the lie.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I was going to say that even the presidential candidate they supported was having this program word by word, the same way we are presenting it. And it beats logic, Chair, that they oppose programs that are coming to their area, including taxes on imported fish from China to protect their people. Have mercy on your people. Thank you, Chair.
What's the name of this guy? The Honorable Mbadi, what's out of order?
Mr. Chairman, you know, in this house, again, I want to repeat, this is a house of records, and we need to speak facts. And when you have no information about something, you don't talk. When we were debating the issue of fish, the Honorable Member for Kipkellion was not here. Our people eat a lot of fish even from China.
Thank
because
you.
we want to
Thank
eat.
you.
And by the way, Kipkelion has so many...
Thank you. Honorable Mengich, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important topic that we are discussing right now, and I'm surprised by the words mentioned by the Member of Parliament, Robert Mbui, the Kathiani MP, when he mentioned that their kids are doctors, I don't know, astronauts, and they are not engineers. Yet, as a construction manager, Mr. Speaker, being involved in construction industry, there are so many parties involved in construction, including engineers, plumbers. So the kind of job creation that will be created in this, once this project is successful, is enormous. So that is why we support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable KJ Kerry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would, Chair, it is not in my place to request the House to at least be attentive to the debate, because this is a critical matter that we are debating. In fact, this is a core clause in the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, there are two reasons why I support this clause. Reason number one is that as much as the argument is being forwarded that it is not the function of the national government to build houses, it is also true that it is the national government that gives policy on housing. And Mr. Speaker, the issue that is at the fore here is not just about housing, Mr. Speaker. If they took time to read the proposal, they would find out that it goes beyond just housing, Mr. Speaker. There are three cases that I can mention that speak to three constituencies in this House. The Dagoretti South artisans who work along Gong Road partnered with artisans from Starehe and artisans from Kamkunji to pilot the first 1,000 houses that were constructed in Park Road. And these artisans, three groups of artisans, netted total 122 million Kenya shillings that went to the pocket of hustlers who only constructed doors and windows.
Thank you.
So
thank you. The Honorable Mutunga. Definitely.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, I just want to pose two questions. The first question is, I would like to know that Kenyan who is unemployed today and looking for a job, who would get an opportunity to get a job, and we ask them to pay 10% or 15% of their salary, and they say no. I would like to have one. Secondly, on our Chair, we are looking at the entire country. We are a country which has no houses. We need to build these houses so that you can bring the cost down, increase the numbers and bring the cost down.
Thank you.
These are people who can be able to be assisted in this process.
The Honorable Kalasinga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my amendment, Chair, was coming also in same, but now it was about making this scheme voluntary. But now that I've seen this one, Mr. Chair, I also want to agree that now I have a question. If this scheme has to go on as it is, then my question is here. What becomes of people who are almost getting retiring, who are 55 years? How long will they pay, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, I have a question on people with very slim pay slips. Some people have as less as 500 shillings on their pay slips. Mr. Chair, when you pay 1,000 shillings per month, this will, by simple calculation, tell me you will pay for 125 years so that you attain this house.
Thank you. The Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, na mimi naweza kuunga mkono hawa ndugu zangu waheshimiwa waliosema kuwa tuipuzilie mbali na tutupilie mbali hicho kipengo cha kuweza kulipisha wafanyikazi pesa ya ujenzi wa nyumba. Mimi nataka niseme hivi Mheshimiwa, kuwa wafanyikazi wengi wa Kenya wamechukua madeni.
Just a minute. Honorable members, it's just not right to keep shouting at me when another member is on our feet. I can't hear them. let's just keep our cool. It's our house, it's our debate. When one person is speaking, allow them to contribute. I also want to hear what she's saying. Go ahead.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Wafanyakazi wengi, ukiangalia walimu, hata hawa mapolisi wamechukua pesa kwa deni, wameenda kujenga nyumba. Leo unasema katika pesa zao za mshahara wanakatwa tena pesa ya kwenda kujenga nyumba. Mimi nataka niulize, yule mwalimu ambaye yuko Mombasa, nyumba za jengwa Nairobi, atahama vipi Mombasa wakati amejiestablish kule Mombasa aje akae Nairobi? Huu ni wizi wa dhahiri. Waheshimiwa, mimi nataka niwaelezee, tupanue akili zetu, tufungue akili zetu, tusiwe tunasukumwa kama mteremko, tuwe viongozi ambao sisi tunawaza. Sio kila kitu sisi tunakubali, huyu anapiga huku tax, anachukua na huku, anatolea na huku, na sisi hapa tunagonga miguu tukisema ai. Wakenya wamechoka, Wakenya wamechoka. Huu ni wizi wa dhahiri. Sisi hatutaki watu kujengewa nyumba, tunataka watu wapewe kazi.
Thank you. Now 30 seconds each. Babu Wino, 30 seconds. Honorable Babu Wino. Use that one next to you.
Chair, please. Before I proceed, I would like you to just give me 2 minutes only, because 30 seconds I will not prosecute whatever I want to say. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to educate my fellow members of parliament on this matter. In matters economics, number one, Chair, there are 3 types of goods. Number one, we have what we call the private goods. And in private goods, Mr. Speaker, in private goods, these are goods which are consumed by one party at a time. Example is housing, and another example of the private goods is cell phone and even a dinner. Then there is public goods, Mr. Speaker. Public goods are goods like roads and air, clean environment and air. Please, let me prosecute it. I'm not violent on this because I want it to stick in your mind. Number 3, we have merit goods. The merit goods are goods which must be encouraged by the government to consume, which are education and health. Therefore, on the matters of private goods, Mr. Speaker, it is not the role of the government to provide such goods like housing to its citizens. Mr. Speaker, we are being told that the main aim of providing houses is to eradicate slums. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the truth, that if we encourage provision of houses in urban centers, Mr. Speaker, more slums will sprout. We will create what we call in economics the dual economy, where we have the rural economy and the urban economy. Therefore, there will be high crime rate because people will be moving from the rural areas to urban areas with the intention of getting houses. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the best way to treat this housing menace is simple, Mr. Speaker. Let the government come up with proper infrastructure. For example, construction of electric rails, where we will have electric trains, where a person in Kisumu can board an electric train.
Thank you. The Honorable Mishimbogo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi naunga mkono viongozi ambao wamekataa ushuru kwa mambo ya kujenga ujenzi wa manyumba. Nataka niseme wafanyikazi wa umma kwa miaka mingi hawajaongezwa mishahara. Kwanza tungefikiria tatizo hilo la kuongeza mishahara kwa wafanyikazi wa umma, ndiposa tuweze kutoa ushuru katika zile pesa zao. Pesa za Wakenya zimekuwa zinatozwa ushuru tofauti mpaka mtu akipata ile pesa yake anaona hakuna pesa ambayo amepata. Swali ni kwamba ikiwa mimi na mume wangu sote ni wafanyikazi wa umma na tunakatwa hizo pesa za mambo ya nyumba, je, sisi tunataka nyumba mbili? Je, tumeulizwa kama tutapenda nyumba moja ama tutataka nyumba mbili?
Honorable Nganga.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, where I come from my constituency, I have a slum called Kiandutu, and I would want the Kiandutu people to have decent housing. Chair, once you give those people, we used to be told the three basic needs is food, clothes, and shelter. We are giving these people proper shelter. And Chair, I know the other side, they don't want us to give these slum people decent shelter. So that when the campaign period comes, they want these people all the time to keep on clapping for them when they are poor and they're in a poor state. We need to give these people the dignity they deserve. They want Kibera to remain Kibera so that they can find a place where they'll be campaigning all the time because those people are vulnerable. It's a high time as a nation we say enough is enough and we give every Kenya a decent housing project.
Thank you.
They have to live with that.
Thank you. Honorable Nyoro.
Honorable Chair, mine is on procedure, and I request you that you rule, because Honorable Chair, we've been listening to the several amendments in terms of deletion. My request to you, Chair, is that then you allow the Chair for Finance to put forth his amendments, and therefore, Chair, when we vote to the Chair's amendment, then automatically, as Honorable Karuma had suggested, then the rest falls, Honorable Chair. That is my request, Honorable Chair.
The honorable members, the order. The consequence of the Honorable Lord's amendment is that if it is passed, then the matter ends there. There's nothing to talk about. And that's why you have to spend it. I want that to be understood very well. And I want us to be procedural. That order, members, order. We had 8 amendments with the same effect, deleting. And we have allowed members to ventilate on this matter. I'm going to give the last 2 to the leaders, both sides, leaders, not members anymore, leaders, and then we proceed to division. The Honorable Njoki Irene.
Thank you, Chair. It is very ironical when we sit here as members of parliament, we are getting loans of 3%, yet we don't want the normal hustler to get a loan of 3%. It is shameful, very, very shameful. It is very shameful when we, as members of parliament, we have hustlers in our constituencies. We don't want them to pay mortgages of 5,000 shillings where they can afford. We want them to pay mortgages of 15,000 shillings. I tell our people, please let your people benefit. And I, from Bahati constituency, as the main beneficiary in Bahati, where I don't even own a bank in Bahati, I will support this because my people will get jobs, we shall be able to get businesses, and we shall be able to generate income, and income will revolve around my constituency and other constituencies.
Thank you. Thank you. This chance now goes Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Chair, let me just say a few things. First and foremost, Chair, as I've said before, this housing levy or tax, in my view, is the mother of all scandals in this finance bill. If you ask me, there are very many other scandals in this bill, but this is the mother of all scandals. Mr. Chair, and I also want to state this, that this housing levy is akin to a pyramid scheme. Because as we speak, without the infrastructure, without the mechanisms, without the framework for administering it, we are basically throwing good money after bad money. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, let me say this. I am sure the average age of members of parliament in this house is about 40 years or so. Let me ask you, say 50. Let me ask you, for the time you have lived on this earth, in your village, who have you ever heard that has died because of lack of house or shelter? Who has died in your village for lack of a house? I can tell you the majority of the people who have died in the villages have died because of hunger, lack of food. I can tell you. Who did this survey or research to come up with this need for houses for Kenyans? Who asked you for houses? Who asked you? Why are you addressing a problem that is not there? Why can't you deal with the problem which is there, which is lack of food, Mr. Chairman? Why? Why are you insisting? Why are you insisting on providing a house to somebody who is starving? Mr. Chair, it is unbelievable that we want to tax Kenyans. In fact, this animal has continued to mutate. It was initially a fund, it became a saving, it became a circle, it became a fine, it went and became a penalty, now it is a tax. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this animal, this mongrel called housing...
Thank you. Add in 1 minute, I agree.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very, very much for that indulgence.
Yes.
And therefore, really, if we want to save Kenyans, let us not indulge in this kind of scandalous adventure. We cannot afford to get into this kind of scandalous adventure when Kenyans are dying of hunger. Deal with the immediate problem, which is to address the issue of lack of food.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Leader of Minority. We need to deal with the scandalous adventure of millions of Kenyans living in slums. We need to deal with the scandalous adventure of millions of Kenyans going without food. And he has asked us very pertinent questions. Why are we worrying about shelter and not food? We are worrying about shelter and food at the same time. The reason why we have no food, why we are food insecure in this country today, is because millions of acres of land in Kiambu County, in Nakuru, in Karachuonyo constituency, in Narok, all over the country, where people are farming, we have disintegrated all that land to build slums in this country today. That is why we are food insecure today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will beg for your protection, as I protected the Leader of Minority, from members of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. Honorable Speaker, we are being told by the Minority Whip that, like the Railway Development Levy, this housing levy, probably speculating that it may be opened up at some time in the near future to other uses. Minority Whip, I want to assure you the housing levy as early as tomorrow or the day we do the appropriations bill, we shall ring fence this money to go only to housing, and we shall be appropriating the 73 billion shillings coming out of this levy to go to the Ministry of Housing to deal with affordable housing in Suna East constituency, among us the 100 constituencies. Honorable Speaker, ask the Honorable Junet to hold on. The Honorable Senior Counsel Tiende Omolo. And you know, the Honorable Senior Counsel speaks good English, as much as he never went to Alliance. But he went to a good school. And in his good English, he may convince the world to believe that he's the only one who can read this Constitution. But this Constitution, Honorable Speaker, the heart and soul of this Constitution is... Honorable Speaker, can you protect me? Honorable Speaker, you know, Senior Counsel is a good lawyer.
Order, Honorable Junet, order. The Majority Leader will be heard in silence.
I will stone you, Junet.
The Honorable Junet, resume your seat. No. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the protection. I know Honorable Junet is averse to the truth when the truth is being laid bare. I was speaking to my good brother, Senior Counsel Tiende Omolo. The heart and soul of this Constitution that you wrote is the Bill of Rights in Chapter 4. In this Bill of Rights, other than the Schedule 4 that you are talking to on the functions of county governments and the functions of the national government, under Article 43 of the Constitution, the right of every Kenyan to accessible, adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation, not in slums. Reasonable standards is a right enshrined under the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is the soul of our Constitution. If there is anything to protect in this Constitution, Honorable Speaker, is the Bill of Rights. And in pursuit
Honorable,
of the
proceed to wind up.
Honorable Speaker, just
order, members. Order, members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Order. Members. Members, you know, I've seen those who want to speak. We have time because once, allow me, I've noticed Honorable Wanjala, I've noticed everyone else want to speak on this. Once we finish this matter, there will be another amendment which will speak to. Allow him to finish, we proceed with this process. Honorable Majority Leader, please proceed to wind up.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your protection. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me.
Allow him to wind up. Allow him to wind up. Allow him to wind up. Proceed, please.
Honorable Speaker, I beg that you add me the 2 minutes that have been wasted with the shouting on points of order, frivolous ones. But I was saying this, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Watch, resume your seat and allow the Majority Leader to finish his contribution. Then I will be able to see what to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying the heart and soul of our Constitution is the Bill of Rights. Fittest to argue that since housing under Schedule 4 of our Constitution is a function of the county governments, that it is unconstitutional. The Bill of Rights is the heart and soul of this Constitution. Just like, Honorable Speaker, if we appropriate national government resources or resources raised by government through taxation to health care, that is outrightly a devolved function, we also can appropriate resources to housing, just like we appropriate resources to deal with health care, that is a devolved function, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also had my good friend Otiende Amolo tell my majority whip that in his village in Kisii, he cannot live on the 8th floor. He must build a shanty in his village. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the future is urban. And with urbanization, that is how we shall grow our economy. With urbanization and building of these houses, Honorable Speaker, we have said it numerous times that this is beyond housing. It is about millions of our youth who are languishing in poverty, who are languishing without jobs in our slums. Millions of youth in Kathiani constituency, lawyers, engineers, who will access jobs, architects who will access jobs. It is not just about the manual jobs. It is about lawyers.
Thank you. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, wind up.
50 seconds to finish that point.
Proceed.
And I was mentioning Kathiani for deliberately, because the Honorable Mbui told us that housing will not create architectural jobs. It will not create jobs for doctors. It will not create for engineers, for lawyers. Honorable Mbui, I want to tell you, all those jobs will be created by housing through urbanization. Even doctors, when people live together, will be able to amalgamate land and secure food security for the people of Ukambani, who for many years have had to depend on relief food.
Thank you. Thank you. No, members, allow me to guide this way. We are doing very well, members. Allow me to guide this way. Just like I've allowed order, just like I've allowed members to debate on the Honorable Watch's amendment, I will have a chance to give a couple of you again on the chair's amendments so that we make progress. Those who went to Alliance or those who went to Butler Boys like me will have a chance to say something on this bill. So I would then therefore propose that we are now going to, after this. So, honorable members, I therefore proceed to put the question. Members, remember we had amendments by the Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Nyukal, Honorable Makali Mulu, Honorable Wundo, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Mbui, Honorable Basil. Members, the upshot of our vote is that if the vote is carried, then we have carried they vote for the 7. If it fails, it also fails with it. So therefore, members, I proceed to put the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. I put the question that clause 76 be deleted. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Obviously the nays have it. The nays have it. That's Brett. Thank you. Order, members, order, order. Order. Now, this is now the time for the chair to move his amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move. Please remain, protect me from the noise from behind. I can't hear myself. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 76 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, I'll beg to move a further amendment to that clause 76. We had a deliberation with the Honorable Caleb Mule, the Member of Parliament from Machakos Town constituency, and he had this proposed amendment to clause 2A that we have agreed to carry on with the recommendations by our committee as a committee amendment, that an additional clause 2A be added to read as follows: the affordable housing levy shall not be used for any other purpose other than development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing to Kenyans. So beg to move that the amendment be done as per the order paper with that additional amendment as we've carried as proposed by the Honorable Caleb Mule, the MP for Machakos Town constituency. I have a few notes, a point of information on this. The question have been asked, first of all, why is it on gross pay and not on basic pay? The proposal before us, first of all, was that this be done at the rate of 3%. And after public participation, we agreed that 3% will be too high to start with. Let us shelve that by half to 1.5%. The question is, do you make it basic or do you make it gross? If you make it basic, honorable members, it defeats the whole purpose. For what reason? If someone has a salary of 100,000 shillings in the private sector, and you say that this particular levy is going to be based on their basic pay, so they're going to use what you call in accounting tax planning and reduce their basic pay to 20,000 shillings, and the 80,000 shillings will be allowances. So that means that the objective of the 73 billion shillings, as alluded by the Leader of Majority, that is targeted to build affordable housing for Kenyans, will be defeated. Secondly, the initial bill had a proposal to have a cap of 2,500 shillings for employer and 2,500 shillings for employee. And Honorable Chair, this particular provision was, we agreed as a committee we're going to delete. For what reason? For you members of parliament that earn an income of above 500,000 shillings, for example, if you capped this to the amount of salary that members of parliament earn is public knowledge. So, okay, for someone who earns 500,000 shillings, let me use that as an example. If you do, if you cap their contribution to 2,500, then it will mean they're not contributing, that if they even earlier proposed 3%. For what reason? Because the 2,500 divided by 500,000 shillings is 0.005%, which would mean that that particular capping was advantageous to those people that are earning more, but punitive to those people. Because it would, however, anybody would have argued that it was discriminatory for those people who are earning less and advantageous to those people who are earning more. On the question of this affordable housing, because I want to make this last contribution, we have, as at yesterday, 42 signed memorandum of understanding between the State Department of Housing and county governments. And key to note is that the 42 county governments are across the political divide. So our governors, both Kenya Kwanza governors and Azimio governors, have actually signed MOUs with the State Department of Housing, giving land in their counties to be used for affordable housing. Everyone is agreeing that this is a noble cause, and that is why I beg that this House agrees with the amendments as proposed by the committee. And with that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now propose the question that Clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Finance Committee. The members, we agreed we will give, first of all, there's order members, the Honorable Mule. Honorable Mule had an amendment which was carried, so I would like him to just say a word. Okay, the Honorable Wanjala. Oh, the Honorable Mule, go ahead. 1 minute, Honorable Mule. It's okay. As we get Honorable Mule, let's get Honorable Wanjala. 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have institutions in this country that can build houses. And Mr. Chairman, these houses have not been started to be constructed by Kenya Kwanza government. The former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and the former President Mwai Kibaki started construction of affordable houses, and they never taxed anybody. Mr. Chairman, Uhuru has been building houses. He has never taxed anybody. And we have specific housing institutions. We have NSSF that is supposed to construct houses. We have National Housing Corporation is supposed to build houses. And then we have finance, NAB Trust, Mr. Speaker. I was in Rwanda 2 weeks ago. They are constructing houses, but they are not levying anybody, they are not taxing anybody. Mr. Chairman, this is a scandal in the offing, like the golden bag. Because even as we are talking today, NSSF coffers is empty. They have already washed it. It is, they have taken all the money, it is empty. The same way they will deal with the issue of the house.
Thank you. The Honorable Mule, who was supposed to get, I don't know whether you can find him now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is just to thank the Finance Committee for accepting to adopt my proposed amendment. The proposed amendment as it is in clause 76, 31B3, as it is in the order paper, that the affordable housing levy not to be used for any other purpose other than the development of affordable housing. Basically, this was to ring-fence the fund, not to be used in any other purposes other than to build houses, affordable houses.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair, just a minute, Chair. This was necessitated by other funds that have been there in the country, like the sports fund. The sports fund was set aside to grow and develop sports, which does not do that, does not serve that purpose. So, Honorable Chair, I thank the...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that Clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now proceed to put the question. I now put the question that Clause 76 as amended be part of the bill? Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I've confirmed that we have the numbers for division. I order that the bell be rung for 5 minutes and the clerk to prepare for the division.
A very good evening to you and welcome to the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC, where the National Assembly is currently on a 5-minute break, where the bell for division has rung for 5 minutes and political leaders from across the political divide are currently on a break to marshal numbers ahead of the voting. Remember, the National Assembly is currently considering several proposed amendments to the Finance Bill 2023 that is currently at the Committee of the Whole House stage before it's enacted into law. The members of Parliament had been considering Clause 76 of the Bill on Housing, where the Employment Act 2017 is amended by inserting the following into the new sections. That is, notwithstanding the provision of Section 3(2)(a), B, C, and D of the Act, each employee and all employers shall pay a monthly levy to be known as the Affordable House Levy. That says that the purpose of the Affordable House Levy shall be to provide for the funds for the development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing to Kenyans. Also, the monthly levy to be payable by the employer and employee shall be 1.5% of the employee's gross monthly salary for the employer. This means that an employer shall pay to the National Housing Development Fund established under Section 7 of the Housing Act, in respect of each employee, the employer's contribution at 3% of the employer's monthly basic salary. Remember earlier on, the members of Parliament in the morning, capped at the housing contribution, which was earlier capped at a maximum of 2,500 and matched by employers, will now go directly to the government's bank's account as opposed to a fund. By making it a levy as opposed to a contribution, the money shall not be refundable to employees as in the earlier proposal. The National Treasury had initially proposed a 3% contribution that would have been matched by employers also at 3%. Earlier on, the members of Parliament voted to pass the proposed 16% VAT on fuel, with 184 members of Parliament voting for the fuel to be increased, the VAT from 8% to 16%, while 88 voted against it. The employees who qualify for the affordable housing, the contribution accrued to employee and shall be used to finance and purchase of a home under the Affordable House Scheme, or for employees who are not eligible for affordable housing upon expiry of 7 years from the date of the start of making the contribution after the attainment of their retired age, whichever is earlier, a transfer of the contribution to a retirement benefit scheme or a pension scheme registered with the Retirement Benefits Authority, RBA, or a transfer of their contributions to any person registered and eligible for affordable housing under the National Housing Development Fund, NHDF, or a transfer of their contributions to their spouse or dependent or children. On 5, or to receive their contribution in cash, provided the contribution paid out in cash shall be included in the contributor's taxable income for the year and be subjected to tax at the prevailing rates. Remember, the employer shall remit both employee and employer's contribution to the National Housing Development Fund before the 9th day of the following month after the deduction has been met. This, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to housing, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to finance, shall make regulations prescribing the qualifications to participate in the affordable housing scheme. And number 6, this section shall become effective on the date the regulations made. Subsequent 5 come into operations. And as you can see, members from across the political divide right now are consulting ahead of the voting with the Speaker, saying that the voting shall be happening in 5 minutes. The members from across the political divide, as you can see on your screens, are consulting with those from the opposition, saying that taxing of wananchi of 1.5% and 1.5% from the members of from the employee and that of the people will subject the taxpayers into a lot of money, especially now during financial crisis. However, those from
resume your seat. Members, resume your seats. Members, resume your seats. I now order that the bar be drawn. Order, members, resume your seats.
No, we are too many here.
Of course, okay.
Let us leave.
It's not so clear. What's wrong with you? I'm going to order that you sit back there, but they give me another unfortunate. You can't do that. Order, members, may we resume our seats? Order, members, the Honorable Memusi, resume your seat. The Honorable Luke, resume your seat. The Honorable Ben Suda, resume your seat. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. I request that the minority side to nominate two agents from minority side and 2 from the majority side, not 10 like they're on my back. 2 from each side. Members, resume your seats. Honorable DK, Honorable RUTO, resume your seats. The Honorable Hillary, resume your seat. The Honorable Maua, resume your seat. Order, members. Honorable Engineer Oscar Sudi, resume your seat. Honorable Dipo Kwame, resume your seat. The Honorable Dipo Kwame, are you standing or sitting? Resume your seat. The Honorable Kawaya, resume your seat. We shall, honorable members, order. We shall vote as required by the laws and our standing orders, that we shall vote yes or no, and we shall vote in silence and with decorum. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question clause 76 as amended be part of the bill. Go ahead.
Chepkonga Kiprono. Langat Benjamin. Kitani Marian. Atandi Samuel. Owino John Walter. Mrembo Irene Joki. Churie Abdi Omar. Churie Abdi Omar. Sergon Florence. Kandie Joshua.
Give me the mic.
Aya. On behalf of the people of Baringo Central, I vote yes.
Kipkoros Joseph Makilap. Kamuran Charles. Koesh Nelson. Momanyi Innocent. Momanyi Innocent.
I vote yes.
Barongo Norfason.
I vote no.
Alpha Miruka Ondieki. Lynette Chepkorir. Kilel Richard Cheriot. Yegon Richard.
Members, be loud enough. Be loud enough. Members, be loud enough so they can hear you.
Mwamacha Onchoke. Ogola Gideon Ochanda.
No. Yes.
Ogola Gideon Ochanda. Osero Patrick Kibagendi.
Obara Eve. Kabondo Kasipul votes no.
Order. 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 The person voting next was Patrick Osero, not Obara. Patrick Osero.
Obara was called ahead.
You are called before.
I was called before, Osero. Can you start again, please?
The Honorable Eve Obara, resume your seat. Your chance will come.
Okay.
Give up the mic.
Osero Patrick Kibagendi. Wanjala Raphael.
Media houses, make sure you print who voted yes and no and abstain. I vote no.
Wamboka Nelson. Wamboka Nelson.
On behalf of the people of Bumula, and the people of Kikuyu constituency, I vote no.
Wambilianga Catherine. Wambilianga Catherine. Yakub Ado. Yakub Ado. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Omanyo Catherine. Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Oyula Joseph. Mwiridhania Rindikiri. Kirema Moses Gishune. Chimbwa Omar Mwinyi.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Mr. Chairman, I'm voting no. Madam Chair, I'm voting no.
Thank you. And no speeches kindly. Let us just say yes or no so that we can proceed faster.
Koech Victor Kipngetich. Baraza Patrick Simiu. Diego Paul Kibichi. Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Mahali Mfara. Elachi Beatrice. Waweru John Kiaria.
Order. Don't Wamboka, you do that again, there'll be consequences to it. Members will vote individually. Don't Wamboka. You try to vote for another member again, there'll be consequences. Members are voting for themselves. Allow members to vote for themselves, not you voting for members.
Waweru John Kiaria. Sirma Musa. Welie Adam Kenan. Caroline Geptong Eleche. Gadiru Mejadong Benjamin. Mejadong. Ongili Babu Owino.
I, Babu Owino, Member of Parliament for Embakasi East Constituency, first class honors holder in actuarial science, an actuary, a lawyer, 6 diploma holder. I vote no. Just trying to say that my conscience is clear as I'm voting.
Gakuya James Mwangi. Mawade Julius Musili.
What from here?
From here, bro. That's good.
Mawado, on behalf of the people of Embakasi South, I vote no to this punitive levy.
Proceed.
Mwenje Mark Samuel Muridi.
I vote no.
Thank you.
Double N, Pamela Njoki. Lelmengit, Jose Kipto.
I vote yes.
Omboko Milemba. Omboko Milemba.
He's not there. He's not there. He's not here. He is not in the hall.
Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno. Pukose Robert. Yakub Farasala. Oundo Wilberforce Ojiambo.
On behalf of suffering workers in this country, I vote no.
Members, if any member anymore now makes a speech, we will not use the mic going forward. It's either yes or no. Proceed.
Yakub Farasala.
Before is a yes, bro. Before is a yes, bro. Yes, thank you. 51
Iribae Said Buya. Tungule Sharo Kenneth.
Is he back?
Confirm again, come on, you put
Tungule Charo Kenneth. Ziad Amina Udgon.
Where?
Baro Deko Mohammed. Guyo Ali Wario. Guyo Ali Wario. Muriu Wakili Edward. Kururia Elijah Njora.
End of 60, number 60 again.
Number 60.
Guyo Ali Wario.
The Honorable Guyo Ali Wario, are you in the house?
He's not there. He's not there. Why you keep putting
The Honorable.
Why you putting the wrong information?
I'm here, Chair.
The Honorable Guyo Ali Wario is in the house? Great, thanks. Proceed.
I'm present.
Ayuko. Let's not move on. Let's not move on. I'm going there. Okay, Chair, mwambie your post.
Read my name again, Chair.
Chair, there is no 258.
The Amina Udogon, is she in the house? Okay.
Kururia, I vote yes.
Order. The Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Absent. 51. Absent.
Sixty-one fast.
61 rudia tusikie.
Okay. Kururia Elijah Njore.
I vote yes.
Who's Kururia?
Over there.
Who's Kururia?
Over there.
Kagombe Gabriel Gaduka.
Yes.
Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng. Gedhenji Robert Gishimo, Wanjira Martha Wangare, Wamushomba Gadhoni, Gimose Charles Gumini,
Yes, yes.
Osogo Bensuda Joyce Atieno,
No.
Kaluma George Peter,
No, because this provision is unconstitutional, I say no.
Karido Kiili Daniel, Karido Kiili Daniel, Manaiba Julius Taitumu, Mwirigi John Paul, Abdi Ali,
I vote yes.
Shinali Bernard Masika, Shinali Bernard Masika, Bonaya Mumina Golo, Lomwa Joseph Samal, Tubi Bidu Mohammed, Badibadi Twalib, Badibadi Talib,
Badibadi Twalib, I vote no on behalf of the people of Jomvu.
Ndongo George Koimburi,
Wamashukuru James Gidhua, Obara Eve Akinyi.
I vote no.
Okay. Kalasinga Joseph Simiu.
For the sake of people Kabuchai, no.
Titus Lote. Titus Lote. Kimilu Joshua Kivinda.
I vote no.
Titus Lote. Kimilu Joshua Kivinda.
I vote no.
Sankaire Lea. Kanchori Elijah. Hamisi Kakuta. Nguro Onesimus. Sakimpa Parashina. Risa Sunkuya. Muhanda Elsie.
On behalf of the people of Kakamega, I vote no.
Katana Paul.
Kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Kaloleni nasema la.
Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Njogona Chege. Makali John, Kihungi Peter, Muli Fabian, Shumel Samuel, Sudi Oscar, Okweme Andrew,
I vote no for Karachuonyo and myself.
Karauri Ronald, Were Charles,
I vote no.
Bui Robert, Korir Adams, Kipkoech Gideon, Kemei Beatrice, RUTO Julius, Wangaya Christopher, Wanjiko John, Waidaka John, Morada Ann, Orero Peter, Balu Jessica, Mutuse Ekomas, Wainaina Anthony, Munyoro Joseph, Ichungwa Anthony.
Yes.
Nyoro Samson, Julius Sunkuli, Mwanyanche Gatwi,
Chair, serikali ijengee nyumba polisi, wazee kule Isiolo na Marsabit. I Gatun Beyu Manyanje, I vote no to house levy. Sema yako, tunga sentence yako, tunga yako.
Order, that's enough.
Go ahead. Baya Owen, Kitty Richard Chonga, Zambia Thaddeus, Zambia Thaddeus, Abdi Hamis Chome,
No.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Mohamed Aden Daudi, Sani Ibrahim Abdi, Ado Mohamed Aden, Farah Yusuf Mohamed, Wanyonyi Martin Pepela, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Mogaka Stephen, Kasivai Rael, Wetangula Timothy,
I vote no.
Mwakuona Dalson. Basil Robert Gui.
On behalf of Yatta people, I vote no.
Ali Abdisirat. Shege Sabina Wanjiro. Dena Joseph Hamisi. Harun Suleha. Ikiara Dorothy. Iraya Joseph. Koskei Jackson.
I vote yes.
Mayaka Irene. Absent. Mohammed Umulher Harun. Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru. Ngongo John. Ngongo John. John Bunny.
Weka microphone. I vote no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Lekuton Joseph.
Ote.
Uzuri unauliza watu wameshika wapi kusoma. Peke yake. Hawezi ile. Ile maneno nifikiri aje. Nasoma ndio. Nataka expensive. Nasoma ni expensive planner. Kama hiyo. Degree yangu ni 2 years.
Sema mrembo.
Kuja pande hii bwana. Kuja huku. Tunaongea tu.
Order, members, resume your seats. Members, voting is over. Will you resume your seats? The Melachi, the Honorable Koi, Waluke. Honorable members, order. The Honorable Sunkuya. Order, members, resume your seats. Resume your seats. Order, members. Order, members, these are the results. Order, members. Honorable Sunkuya, take your seat. The Honorable Sunkuya, will you take your seat? The Honorable Sunkuya. These are the results of the voting on the division that clause 76 as amended be part of the bill. Members present and voting, 256. Those voting aye, 184. Those voting nay, 72. Therefore, the ayes have it. Let's proceed. Open the door. Clause number 77.
Clause 77.
I propose a question that clause 77 will be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 77 will be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 78.
Clause 78. I propose the question that clause 78 is part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I would like to move that clause 78 be amended as proposed on the order paper. And Honorable Chair, I would like to move a further amendment to that clause 78, deleting 2023 and replacing that to 2013. So I beg to move that clause 78 be amended as per the order paper. I also propose that a further amendment to that, to deleting the figure 2023 and replacing it thereof with 2013. And I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 78 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 78 be amended as proposed. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 78 as amended part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 79.
The Honorable Tiende, what is the problem? Order, members. Just a minute. Those who are withdrawing from the House, withdraw peacefully. Those who are not withdrawing to take their seats. Go ahead, Honorable Tiende.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the vote has been taken, but I had wanted to draw the members' attention. Mr. Chairman, if those withdrawing could leave.
Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Go ahead, Honorable Tiende.
As an unlawful kamukunji with the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Tiende, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I had wanted to point out and had conferred with the chair of the committee that actually that amendment had a mistake, and that's why it's been corrected. But it's an example, Mr. Chairman, of why we must be vigilant. Because the original amendment was actually going to take away the power of this House to review subsidiary legislation, and that's very serious.
Thank you.
Because some people, like the Honorable Ichungwa, who's not here, think that you can read laws like novels. And if you read them keenly, then you'd realize the mischief. So I just wanted to point that out, but it's now overtaken by events.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, members, let's proceed.
Clause 79.
I propose the question that clause 79 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 79 be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as many as to contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 80.
I propose the question that clause 80 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 20 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable
It's
Chair,
clause 80.
So, I thought I said 8, sorry. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 80 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a cleanup where we are just including the word designated as a cleanup to the retirement benefits of deputy presidents, liaison officers Act of 2015.
I propose the question that clause 80 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Don Labonikal.
Chair, can we get the practical import of that amendment?
Chair.
Again, Honorable Chair, this is a cleanup, but I know what the Honorable Nikal could be alluding to. You will get a chance to, we can debate that in clause 82. The one that's talking about the retirement benefits of deputy president and designated state officers. But this clause 80 and clause 81 are just cleanups.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 80 be amended as proposed. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 80 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 81.
I propose the question that clause 81 is part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 81 be amended as per the order paper. And again, Honorable Chair, this is just a cleanup of that particular clause.
I propose the question that clause 81 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 81 be amended as proposed. Will as many without opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 81 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 82.
I propose the question that clause 82 be part of the bill. Mover.
Again, clause 32, clause 82. Clause 82.
Clause 82.
Yes, again, clause 82 is more of a cleanup. So I propose that clause 82 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 82 be amended as proposed by the chairman of Finance Committee. I put the question that clause 82 be amended as proposed. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 82 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 83 and 84.
I propose the question that clauses 83 and 84 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 83 and 84 be part of the bill. Will as many as other opinions say aye? Will as many as are the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 73A.
To move. Chair Transport Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 73. 73A, Section 7 of the Kenya Roads Board Act 1999 is amended in subsection 1 by A, deleting paragraph G, and B, deleting the word 8 appearing at the beginning of the paragraph and substituting therefore the word 5. And secondly, Honorable Chair, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 74. New clause 74A, the first schedule to the KRB Act.
Order. You'll move the 73A and we vote on it before you go to 74. So, Chair,
Okay, Chair, I beg to move.
Just do it again and say that you move that we read that new clause a second time.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that 73A be amended as read.
I propose the question that the new clause 73A be now read a second time. Honorable Wundo, 1 minute.
For sure it will be 1 minute. Can the chair actually explain to us what is happening? I mean, just talking about paragraph G, 8 and 5, exactly what's the import of the amendments? We need to know their import. What
Chair,
is
1
it that
minute.
we are querying?
That's a Chair, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I think that justification is about to come, so if you can give me a few seconds, I'll be able to give the justification. And the point is, we are reducing the number of directors from 12 to 9, in line with the Mwongozo Code of Administration.
Directors of what? Of which body?
That's KRB, Kenya Roads Board.
Thank you.
Yes.
I now put the question that the new clause 73A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 73A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 73A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 74A.
Chair of Transport Committee.
Honorable Chair, I move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 74. New clause 74A.
Honorable Chair, you will go with me.
Yes.
And move that the new clause be now read a second time.
Right. I move that the clause 74A be read the second time. If I got you right, Chair. The first schedule to the KRB Act 1999 is amended by A, deleting paragraph 4, deleting paragraph 5, and deleting paragraph 6. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that the new clause 74A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 74A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Nyikal, out of order.
Chair, whenever you have new clauses in amendments, remember, members did not have the chance of seeing those clauses. So you cannot, therefore, assume like you would have if they were in the bill before. And then you can tell the members, you had the bill, you didn't read it. That's fine. But if the clauses are new and the second time, the member has to explain exactly this is what we are doing and this is what it means. No, in the order paper, you just say replace this, replace that. So you then cannot assume that
thank you so much, Honorable Nyikal. You know that you already voted on this matter, but I would indulge you. Chair, 30 seconds to explain what this is about. 30 seconds. 1 minute at most.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The purpose of these amendments is to reduce the number of directors or the board members from 12 to 9. You know, most of the agencies, government agencies, have not more than 9 board members. But KRB has 12. And in line with the Mwongozo Code of Governance, it is necessary that we abide by the same by reducing the number of directors from 12 to 9.
That was 73A, 74A?
It's the same. It's the same, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the same.
It is.
No, we've already voted on this, Honorable Nyikal. We can't go back to it. Oh. The Honorable Nyikal, resume your seat. I'll give you a chance. I want to propose the question that new clause 74A be part of the bill. Now go ahead.
Chair, when you are taking a very substantive amendment, remember that actually the finance bill, in a way, is a miscellaneous amendment bill because it is touching on very many acts at the same time. And now, if you are doing a substantive thing like changing the board of directors of an institution, Chair, I think that is not the right thing to do in this. And more so, if you then say, then we would like to know in that composition what parts, which one is being removed, who is being removed, because these boards are normally representative. So the proper thing would say in the act, it is the following, and therefore we are removing this and this and this. Now that is what would be proper. And another thing, Mr. Chair, mwongozo is not a legal entity, it is a policy. You as a lawyer will guide us whether you can actually change a whole act in a situation like this using in line with mwongozo, which in itself is not an institution.
Thank you.
Chair, that's my concern.
The Honorable Chungwa, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I was just consulting with the chairs, and to an extent I want to agree with what Professor Nyikal, Dr. Nyikal is saying, and request the chair of the Transport Committee to withdraw that particular amendment to save time.
Chair. No. I want to make a ruling on this matter. Okay.
I think, Chair, the horse has bolted. The first part of the amendment has been carried, and the global question has been. Just put the second question to Malizar and I.
1 minute. The Honorable Makali Mulu. 1 minute, Makali. Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. Mr. Chairman, I think as a matter of procedure, it is important that where we have new clauses, the people who are making those proposals explain to the House the issues, and in line with what the majority leader has said, you know, we have already passed 73A. Now, if you delete 74A, then you leave it hanging, because I think 74A has been informed by 73A, so that you reduce some institutions to remain with 9. So I think it's important we just either do a voting for 74.
Thank you, Honorable Makali. Honorable Wandai, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Chair, I agree with Honorable Makali Mulu and Honorable Nyikal that the neatest thing is to allow us to go the full hog and take a vote on this matter. Okay? I am one of those people who have in the past advocated for the reduction of those numbers. In that board, the Kenya Roads Board has had a very high number of directors. But without taking a position, let us go the full hog and take a vote. The idea of withdrawing doesn't arise at this late hour in the day. Thank you.
The honorable members, you know what to do on these kind of matters. You know what to do, right? So, because what you have reached, the chair cannot withdraw. So you know what to do. I put the question that the new clause 74A be part of the bill. Will have another opinion say aye? Will have another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75A. Chair for Finance.
Chair Finance Committee. Order members. I'm so sure that both sides got what they wanted, so that's all right. The chairperson Committee of Finance. New clause 75A. 75A.
Thank you very much. I beg to move that the new clause 75A be read a second time. Honorable Chair, this particular clause is giving power the board of Kenya Revenue Authority to appoint deputy commissioners, something that was not there before in the Act. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that the new clause 75A now be read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 75A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question that the new clause 75A be part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Nikal.
I know I may not be very well informed. I didn't read that in detail. I have to get the other act and read it. But Chair, we have a risk of doing something that is highly questionable. Using the Finance Act to actually change the structure of an authority like this is something that may be questionable. And I know we have done that, and I see some mischief. I think people should be sober enough to actually do the correct thing. Mwongozo is in itself not a legal document. So it's not over now. Now we are on 75 and we are still doing the same thing. Yeah, but whatever it is, the principle is not right.
Thank you, Honorable Nikal. I now proceed to propose Honorable Undo.
Chair, I also want to go on record that this is procedural. This is a substantive matter that has not been subjected to public participation, and it has found its way in this bill. Indeed, Chair, the Parliament is a house of procedure. I would kindly request the Chair to withdraw this particular amendment before you vote on it, so that it's subjected to proper legislative process, because introducing offices in an authority without following the law and public participation is unprocedural and unfair to the people of Kenya.
Thank you,
Chair.
I now put the question that the new clause 75A be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75B.
Chair of Finance Committee.
That's what I'm telling you.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 75B be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, as you may recall, we did pass another amendment that gave the Kenya Revenue Authority
Just take it again, Chair. Just say to be read a second time, not amended. To be read a second time.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 75B be read a second time. As you may recall, Honorable Chair, yesterday we did pass a requirement.
Order, members, order. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, we did pass. No, this will come later. There is a proposal Honorable Chair to have Kenya Revenue Authority set the minimum required price for alcohol in this country, so that any particular alcohol that is sold below a particular price, what we are calling the minimum cost price, is regarded as being illicit. And therefore, Honorable Chair, by giving this responsibility to Kenya Revenue Authority, therefore it necessitates that we add the responsibilities of Kenya Revenue Authority, the administration of the Alcoholic Drinks Act of 2010. So with that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 75B be now read a second time. I put the question. Honorable Tende.
Chair, I know that people are tired. I know that this matter has been prosecuted unsuccessfully by Dr. Nyikal and Dr. Undo, but I need to go on record. Chairman, all these additional new clauses need to adhere to the title of the Finance Bill, which is an act of Parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and matters incidental thereto. Anything that does not relate to that is improper. Now, I am aware, I'm acutely aware, that those who think they know the law more than me, like Honorable Chungwa, will say that we have to pass it. But I'll remind him, there's a reason people go to law school for 10 years after leaving Alliance. And he keeps telling us he went to Alliance, but he doesn't say that it was in his village. Mr. Chairman, I beg us to take note that it is actually unprocedural. It might be convenient, but it's improper.
Honorable Tiende, are you suggesting that Alliance? Are you suggesting that Alliance is a village school?
Alliance is a national school like the school I went to. But in the case of Honorable Chungwa, it is in his village. And then he comes to work in Nairobi. So he can't keep singing it to us.
The Honorable Chungwa, 1 minute, and you should not veer off the main issue.
Chair, you know my good friend, the Honorable Tiende Amolo, knows even the national school he went to is in some village. But you know, Kikuyu village, just like Kamagut and Sugoi, are very important villages. Oh dear Lord. Kikuyu has not just produced one national school, the Alliance High School. It also has the Alliance Girls High School. It has Kikuyu campus, where many members here, including the chair of education, went to school. Therefore, Honorable Chair,
thank you.
Please defend.
Thank you. Chair, what do you want to debate about? Because let me have the Honorable Barasa.
Mr. Chairman, all the villages are important. Yes. Let us stick to important matters that are put us here, not discussing about village schools wherever they are. We all went to serious schools. Every school is as serious as Alliance High School.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now want to put the question that the new clause 75B be now read a second time. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 75B be part of the bill. I now put the question, the Honorable Farah. The Honorable Farah.
Chair, for the benefit of the House, anything that has got a financial implication, regardless of what that act is, whether it's the Kenya Roads Board Act or it's the KRA Act, can be raised in the financial, statement.
Thank you so much.
The finance bill itself.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the question that the new clause 75B be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75C.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 75C be read a second time. This particular clause, Honorable Speaker, is an amendment to the Retirement Benefits Act that removes the requirement for share capital holding for pension schemes to Kenyans to reduce the requirement for foreigners for pension scheme to have shareholding of 66% to reduce that to 33%. Honorable Chair, these are some of the issues that came from public participation. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 75C be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 75C be now read a second time. Will as many as are that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 75C be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 75C be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 76A.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that new clause 76A be read a second time. This clause, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, sets the minimum input cost price for alcoholic drinks in the country. So this would mean that the Kenya Revenue Authority will have the mandate to set the minimum price particular drinks should be sold.